everyone. Welcome to today's webinar on major gifts. This workshop is hosted by CauseVox, and I am so excited about today. We have kind of like a mini conference, a little workshop. Have several speakers lined up. So yeah, we have four specialty webinars, all dedicated to major gifts. And so, yeah, you can come, you can bring your food and drink, whatever you have to prepare. If you took some time off just to be with us today, thank you so much. We will get started with our first speaker, Kelly McLaughlin. So excited that she's going to kick us off. We will start at 12 p.m. Eastern. I will just run us through some housekeeping before we get started. So again, we have our major gifts webinar today, and we are going to be hearing from several speakers. So you can expect a lot of different perspectives and a lot of different points and tips in the whole major gifts process. So we're going to look at a lot of different aspects of major gifts today. Let me just say real quick that we are recording this entire workshop, and you will have access to the recordings of each session as well as the slide deck for each session. So I'm glad that you all registered and you're here, but yeah, definitely take this time to just sit back, take it all in with a nice cup of your favorite drink. I don't know what you guys choose out there, but yeah, it's going to be recorded. I would love to welcome you all and open the chat. Please feel free to let us know your name, your organization, where you're calling in from, and yeah, maybe like your favorite summer drink. I don't know. I'm like in the mood for something refreshing, clearly. I don't know what's happening. But I saw something recently about putting fresh flowers in ice cubes and like lemonades, and I'm like all about that right now. I just like want to try something with lilac. I don't know. That's my
I like freezing watermelon cubes and then putting that in water.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Frozen strawberry daiquiri. Yes. Thank you, Annette. Thank you for opening and kicking this off. Yeah, we're a little early, top of the hour, 12:01 Eastern. All right, let me get this party started as you guys get the party started with your drinks. So we're doing major gifts, and here's the schedule. So 12 p.m., kicking it off with Kelly McLaughlin on the Small Shop Survival Guide to Major Gifts. Then at 1 p.m. Eastern, Beth Saunders is going to join us and talk about the map, move, measure technique on, and it will really help to clarify major gifts, so like making it possible with a specific technique here. 2 p.m. Eastern, we are going to hear from Kevin Wallace and Melissa Sace, and they are from they're from the Campaign Council, I think, campaigncouncil.org. But they are going to be speaking about all capital campaign related strategy to major gifts. So I really thought that was a nice sort of spin on things. We don't really always talk about that convergence and how it can be successful. So really looking forward to that one. And then at 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to go to just an easy look at major gifts. Rachel Mira is going to unlock the path to fundraising success with major gifts, and she's going to talk about both the prospecting and the stewarding component of major gifts, but with a different spin. So that's our schedule. Again, I mentioned all slides and recording will be sent to every single registrant. So yeah, you can take a breather on that one. We won't miss any of the info. But yeah, just before we jump into Kelly's session, I wanted just to give a brief introduction on CauseVox for those of you who are new. CauseVox is hosting today's webinar, and we are a digital fundraising platform. So we make your fundraising easy. We give you top of the line donation forms, peer-to-peer, crowdfunding, ticketing. We put it all under one roof for you, so you don't have to have a million different platforms to run your fundraising online. We offer hands-on support and onboarding with real live people, and we offer top rated fundraising education like today's webinar. And we send all of these free resources out every week. So you'll want to keep in mind, I'll send our blog subscription link in just a little bit. But as I had mentioned, we basically just remove any clunky software that you might be using for online donations, and we can replace it with a more modern form and a more modern process for you and your supporters. And it helps you to house all of the fundraising software, or anything that you would be using for software. You can house all of your fundraising strategy under one roof. When it comes to donation forms, the way that we remove the clunk out of donation forms is we give you a sleek, streamlined 2-page form and a gazillion payment options for your donors. Gazillion meaning 5, but 5 is a lot, okay? And they're the really important ones: Google Pay, Apple Pay, Venmo, PayPal, ACH bank transfer, and that is in addition to your standard credit and debit. Because obviously people are using a lot of different payments. You want to, speak to what people are using to pay for things these days, make it simple for them. And on top of a really nice form, you get everything customized for you with email branding and also branding for your form. You can also sell tickets in combination with your donation form on, like, say, a fundraising site for peer-to-peer crowdfunding. And of course, you can run your hands-free peer-to-peer right on a CauseVox fundraising page. So you can literally do any type of fundraising right on CauseVox. You can put everything on one page for your supporters to go to, direct them to one page for tickets, donations, peer-to-peer, sharing to social media, you name it. So if you need a form, if you need a fundraising site, I would encourage you to go to our schedule a demo page. And I'm going to pop the link in throughout today's workshop. We have a nice 4 hours together, folks. It's going to be great. So you can take advantage of that demo link. And then also here's that subscription to our fundraising tips. So you'll want to check that out. But right now I want to introduce Kelly McLaughlin. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. And I am so excited to introduce Kelly. She's been with speaking with CauseVox and one of the top nonprofit consultants that we know nationwide. She serves hundreds of nonprofits with her consulting, for her consulting firm, and she knows how to really help the small to medium shop get started, not just with major gifts, with grants, with stewarding, and she is just a gift to us. So I want to welcome Kelly and take it away.
Thanks, Jenna. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if I can. 3 years into Zooming all the time, and I still am not used to it. Anyway, all right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this kind of marathon on major gifts. I'm really excited about it. I love major gifts. And where I specialize in major gifts is how small organizations, the ones that are founder-led, that are still finding your stride in fundraising, the one person development shops, that is the kind of major gifts work that I specialize in. So I get a lot of clients who come to me and say, we just started up a couple years ago. We don't have a fundraising team. I don't think I can do major gifts. And I say, everyone can do major gifts. So if you have been feeling that way, if you feel like major gifts is this heavy lift, you have to have a huge network, all of that kind of stuff, let me tell you to rest assured that that is not at all what you have to do. There's just some simple tips that will help you get started with major gifts. So that's what we're going to talk about, is some of those systems. Just by way of a brief introduction, I am the founder and CEO of Fit Strategic Consulting. We put nonprofit leaders in the driver's seat with sustainable, unrestricted revenue, and we create individual giving strategies and systems that rapidly grow unrestricted revenue so that our clients fundraise more efficiently and sustainably, which leads to greater impact, happier donors, and less stressed staff. And the less stressed staff is the part that I really love. So that is me. I believe in cute dog pictures. So that is Cassiopeia. She's my chief fuzzball officer. She's not in the office with me today because she is a nuisance, but she is there to delight you and bring you some joy on Tuesday. So anyway, that is me. So what are we going to learn today? We're going to talk about the like who, what, where, when, and how of starting a major gifts program. So if you could let me know in the chat, where is your major gifts program at this stage? Is it pretty nascent? Is it, we have some major donors, but not a formal program, non-existent, all right? Just let me know, where do you feel like you are in this process? Because I want to make sure I'm helping everybody out. Awesome. Infancy, some major donors, not a major program, not a formal program. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Cool. Okay, so it sounds like a lot of you are in a very similar place. So this should be pitch perfect for most of you. Awesome. All right, so where are we going to start? We're going to start with the who. Who is a major donor prospect, right? Who is a major donor? I like to define it as these ABCs, right? The first one is A, access. I like to say access. I like to start, some people list it as ability. We start with ability. And I don't start there. I start with access because if somebody else tells me that Oprah would be a great major gifts prospect for their organization, I'll scream, because unless you have Oprah's cell phone number, and if you do, give it to me, it would help me a lot. But if you don't have Oprah's phone number, you don't have access. And so it doesn't matter if she has a heart for your mission and has the capacity to give, you don't have access. And that means she's not a major donor prospect to your organization. I see too many organizations waste a lot of time getting their major gifts program up and running because they are trying to create access to someone prominent in the community. And what I like to say is you actually want to start with access, because creating that access wastes a ton of time that you could spend on people you already have access to, right? So the first thing is access. Do we have access to this person? That could be a staff member knows them. That could mean a board member knows them. That could mean a friend of a friend knows them, right? It doesn't have to be your best friend, right? But you have to be able to get that introduction, right? So that's access. And program, I mean, places like LinkedIn are a great place to create access, right? But so you don't necessarily have to have clear access, friend of a friend, a LinkedIn contact, some way that you know you can connect with that person. That's the access. B is belief. The next most important thing when we're vetting major gifts prospects is, does this person have a reason to believe in your mission? So if you work on sports and kids sports, I'm sorry, I'm going to offend you a little bit right now, but I didn't grow up doing sports. My mom signed me up for soccer. I danced around the field, and then my mom begrudgingly put me into a ballet program. So I don't understand the sports thing. I mean, I'm sure it's great for a lot of kids, but it's not what I have an affinity for. It's not something that I benefited from. So if you approach me to make a major gift for your nonprofit that does sports related stuff for kids, you're probably not going to get me as a donor. I just don't, it's not a thing that's near and dear to my heart. So you might have access to me, and I might have the capacity to make a major gift to you, but I need to have a reason to resonate with your cause. And this is something that I think is really, really important, because I talk to especially a lot of founders who feel very strongly that that anyone could hear our mission and believe in it. It's that important, right? But actually, the people who are going to believe in your mission are a smaller subset of everyone, right? Believe me. All right. Maybe you grew up doing sports and you don't see the benefit in arts programs, right? You're going to give to sports organizations. I'm going to give to arts organizations. And that's okay. There are plenty of donors to go around, but this is something to keep in mind. Not every donor is going to resonate with your mission, and that is okay, right? But we want to make sure that any major donor that we are vetting has a reason. We have a reason to believe that they believe in our mission. right? And then the last one is C, capacity, right? Capacity. This is the final test, right? You might have access to them. They might have a belief in your mission. If they can only give you $50, I mean, they're a great donor prospect, but they are not a major donor prospect, right? So this is where I also like to talk about capacity in terms of what is a major donor, right? In the industry writ large, we tend to talk about $5,000 plus being a major gift. But where I like to start a lot of my small shop clients is, what is a major gift for you? What size gift makes a significant difference to your mission? So a lot of clients that I work with, when we start their major gifts program, we start the major gifts program at $500 or more. So tell me in the chat, does $500 sound more doable than 5,000? That I think it sounds great, right? So that's the other thing. Let me calm you down and say, you do not have to get out of the gate getting $5,000. Jeff, $2,000. That's awesome, right? It doesn't motivate you like $5,000. It's true. However, starting to cultivate your $500 donors or your whatever size donor that qualifies for a major gift for your organization, starting to cultivate them intentionally as a major donor helps you learn with the people who are already committed to you. So that's and you build it, you grow it over time, you keep moving that target, right? So you don't have to start out of the gate at $5,000, right? If that's not where you're at right now. So this is the who of who is a major gifts prospect, right? So then what do you need to get started in a major gifts program? The first thing I always work with clients on is a sustaining donor pipeline. We'll go over each of these. A sustaining donor pipeline. If you have a good fundraising program, a good solid fundraising program, that's going to do a lot for you. What I like to say though is, if your donor retention, if you are getting donors and they are leaving quickly, you need to plug that hole. You need to stop that gap before you get into major gifts. Because what I do see with a lot of clients who have very low donor retention and then get into major gifts is they drop the ball on stewarding their major donors, and then those major donors leave. So they did a heavy lift to get a $10,000 gift and they get it 1 year and then it's gone, right? And that's not worth it, right? So first and foremost, we have to have a sustainable donor pipeline. The second thing is a willing and active board of directors. Please don't start groaning yet. I will give you some tips on how to get your board engaged in this process. And then materials for a donor circle program. I like to say these are a thing that hold us accountable to our donors, right? I like having giving circles. And last, having a database with a moves management system is really critical. So we're going to dive into each of those. So first, your sustaining donor pipeline. This is a framework that FIT Strategic Consulting uses with our clients to develop fundraising strategies, right? So this is the framework that we use to undergird all of the processes we put together with our clients. So the sustaining donor pipeline is about creating a cohesive program that is not campaign based, but rather lifetime based. So what I see a lot of clients who come to me, I run a gala and a year-end campaign, and we do a spring ask, and we have a recurring donor campaign, and they do all of these one-off things in fundraising, but those things don't connect to one another, and there's no rhyme or reason, right? So let me ask you in the chat, do you feel like your fundraising program is more effort to effort based, or do you feel like you cultivate donors over a lifetime? Totally effort to effort, effort to effort. Yes. All right. All right, we got one lifetime. Well done. Awesome. All right. So I'm going to teach you a little bit about how we use the sustaining donor pipeline at FIT. So the first thing we do is we identify, we find our donors. So I like to use the I like to use the analogy of if I dropped you in the middle of New York City, just since a lot of people are pretty familiar with what's in New York City, what corner would you stand on to shout about your mission if I gave you a megaphone, right? If you're an arts organization and you want major gifts, a lot of people will tell me they grab their megaphone and go stand on Wall Street, right? Because that's where the rich people are. But we're only thinking about capacity when we think about shouting at Wall Street. There are going to be a lot of people who walk up and down Wall Street that are not interested in an arts organization. So can we get more specific? Should we go? Yeah, there you go. Greenwich Village, Lincoln Center, the Met, different places like that, right? That's a much better place. You are going to get people with capacity, but also you're limiting to the people who also have the belief portion, right? So you're creating the access. So identify as finding the donors. So the first thing I want you to think about when you're creating this sustaining donor pipeline is think about who is going to care about your mission and where are you going to find them, right? We tend to say, oh, I'm going to post all over Facebook. All right, if your ideal donor is not on Facebook, that's not going to be worth the effort, right? If your ideal, I was just talking to a client earlier today. I think her ideal donor is on LinkedIn, not Facebook, right? So let's put some effort behind LinkedIn. We don't talk about LinkedIn fundraising as much as I think we probably should. But that is somewhere where I think she would do better focusing her efforts because her nonprofit appeals to a certain kind of working professional, right? So identify as find your donors. The next thing is cultivate. We want to build a relationship. And here's where I like to use our donor pipeline with this dating analogy. Bear with me, it's silly. We tend to, as nonprofits, we tend to meet somebody and we ask immediately, right? And that's that effort to effort movement, right? We get out the gate and we just ask. We meet someone, we just get really excited, right? Somebody who might give to our mission, oh my gosh. And we ask them to give. Unfortunately, this is a little like proposing on your first date, right? Your contact is not necessarily ready for the level of commitment that donating implies, right? So the first thing we've got to do is identify, and then we cultivate. We got to go on some dates with this donor, right? We've got to think about how do we build a relationship with this person. When we talk about major gifts, often this is doing an initial meeting that is, I like to say, a little like a date, right? Let me tell you about me. Tell me about you. Do we have commonalities? Is it worth getting together again and getting to know us better? Do you want to come see one of our programs? Do you want to come to our open house? Oh, I think you would really like this program staff member to understand more about this program that you seem to have an affinity to. This is that cultivate stage that we really, really need. Hold on one second. Allergies are in full swing here. So then after we have built that affinity, then we move on to the solicit phase. But the solicitation needs to feel like it builds on the affinity and the cultivating and the dating we've been doing with this donor, right? But then the other thing we do as nonprofits is sometimes we'll put the effort into getting that donor and then we forget to tell them about what their money went to, right? So we have to steward on the back end. This I relate to. This is like marrying someone and then not talking to them after the wedding, right? That wasn't the point, right? When you make a deep commitment to someone, which donating is making a commitment to the nonprofit, then you want to keep talking. You want to build the relationship, grow the relationship. This is now a committed relationship, right? And we need to treat our donors as such. So sorry about that, everybody. So that is that steward portion. We want to be reporting back. We want to build the affinity even more, right? We don't want to stop talking to them after they say yes to our proposal. And then the last thing is upgrade. And as with any good relationship, it can go in different directions, right? So some of your donors will stay where they're at, and that's fine, and they'll do annual giving. Some of them will move up into major giving. Sometimes they'll move up and up and up, right? We like those donors a lot. Some will become recurring donors. Some will become legacy donors, right? This is where that reporting back and stewarding continues to build the relationship so that we can deepen the relationship to more committed levels of giving. Does everybody like my analogy? It feels very different to build a fundraising program around this pipeline concept than the effort to effort, right? Effort to effort, you tend to drop off on stewardship, just like Lori said. We tend to drop the steward and the upgrade, and we struggle with donor retention when we think about effort to effort. But when we can build everything, when you build your solicitation points around this sustaining pipeline, it becomes much clearer, much easier, more sustainable, more effective. You burn out less, right? Fundraisers, right? We are at high levels of burnout in our industry, right? It's because we keep reinventing the wheel, and creating a sustaining donor pipeline helps us to build something that grows over time. So sorry, everyone. All right. A willing board of directors is the next piece. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not hardly engaged at all, they show up at meetings, to 5 is super engaged, go over and above for us. How would you rate your board? 8. I love it, Annette. Congratulations. That's awesome. All right. We're a little all over the map. Okay, hopefully this will help everyone. Major gifts work does require an engaged board of directors. You really can't do it alone. One of the first things that I do when I step in with an organization is we create a board member's fundraising roles and responsibilities agreement. If you would like a copy of this, connect with me on LinkedIn and send me a message, and I will send this to you. I'm LinkedIn / I think it's in / Kelly-McLaughlin-fit. So this board member agreement is kind of what I do to start laying the foundation if the board is not engaged in fundraising, right? So I encourage my clients to meet with all of their board members to walk them through the roles and requirements, roles and responsibilities, to get clear on them, let board members ask one-on-one questions, and then sign it, right? And I also, a lot of people feel like they've got to have give and get policies that are very set in stone to do major gifts work. I've seen it work both ways. If you have a board that is amenable to give and get policies, great. I have also seen just this agreement being enough that you don't necessarily have to set a minimum of contributions or funds raised. And I feel like give and get policies work against board diversity to a certain degree. So I don't think those are set in stone. You don't have to have a give and get policy in my experience. What you do have to do is create excitement for your board around major giving. So if your board is not currently engaged in fundraising, some ways you can start getting them engaged is thank you calls, having them do thank you calls. I like to say, if you have a board member who is not even willing to thank your donors to help out with fundraising, what are they doing on your board, right? What else is there, right? They're not doing anything really to help further the fiduciary part of their responsibility, right? So donor thank you calls to me is a bare minimum to be involved in fundraising and stay on the board, right? So I've done this a lot over time where I will come in, I will train board members to make thank you calls to the organization's donors. And donors come to me and say, Kelly, our donors love us so much. And I'm like, yes, I know that. You were the one that didn't know that. And so what I tend to see is the donors cultivate the board members, and the board members get more excited about fundraising. And it has this awesome amplification effect. Your donor is more engaged because they got called by a board member, and a board member is more engaged because they got to talk to donors who are really excited about your mission. So it's something that I really love to use. Then what I like to do is ask board members to help in stewarding current donors. So I know a lot of organizations that twist their board members' arms and say, go find me a major donor, right? And keep like holding their arm and wrestling them into it, right? I don't think that works, right? What I have found over time is the main reason board members don't open up their Rolodex to the nonprofits that they are on the board of is they don't trust that they will be stewarded well. They worry about how you're going to treat their contacts. So asking current board members to help you in stewarding a current donor so that they see how you treat your current donors helps them to get more engaged, to trust you a little bit more, right? So you could have them personally invite a current donor to an event, right? So they're sending an email to somebody that you give them their contact information and they say, please, I hope you'll join me and sit at my table at the gala, right? Then once they've seen that process, work with them to solicit a single contact so that they can see how the whole process works. And again, that gets them to trust. And then they start to open up their Rolodex. I know that sounds like a heavy lift, but it actually doesn't take that long, right? So that's what I like to do with board of directors. Does that feel helpful to those of you who are like 3 and below on your board? I've seen this work at multiple organizations where the board was very not engaged. So I hope this helps. Then giving circle materials. Taking your stewardship program and codifying it into external facing materials is really helpful. I like to say, we're good at things when we have a reason to be held accountable, right? And so externalizing what you plan to do with major donors is a great way to hold yourself accountable to stewardship, right? So it's something you can do without, but I find my clients are more successful with it. What goes in these materials? A case for support, an explanation of your giving program. The example I have here, the WOLA Partners Council, we had an explanation that was people who are part of our Partners Council believe in the importance of human rights in the Americas, and they are committed partners in furthering our work to blah, blah, blah. Right. So that's what we wrote as an explanation of the giving program. We wanted to make it sound like a club that you really want to join if you believe in what our organization was doing. Right. Having circles and benefits. Right. And just a word on benefits. The benefits are the stewardship that you intend to engage them in. Things I like to do with major donors. I like to do luncheons with the executive director. I like to do breakfasts with the whole giving circle group, right? The benefits are engagement. They're not hats and t-shirts and mugs and things like that, right? If you want to do that, that's fine. But there's actually a lot of data out there that says giving people token items for their gift actually kind of cheapens the gift and moves them out of a space of philanthropy into consumerism that actually works against you, right? And I see, Meg, you said most of your current individual gifts come from board members. I actually love having board members steward and solicit, like giving them fundraising buddies that they like thank each other. You're creating that peer connection. So it actually really does help to have board members steward other board members. So then recent accomplishments should go in your giving circle materials, and a ways to give page where you list out how do you make a gift of stock, how do you give online, where do you send a check, right? We tend to think this is obvious, like if you go on our website you'll see the donate button, right? But I love to have a ways to give page where you can list all the different ways people can make a gift to your organization, right? Because you can also help prompt them with other ways to give, like gifts of stock or asking their employer if they'll match the gift. That actually leads to bigger gifts for your organization, right? Awesome. Donor database, that's the last thing. If you don't have a donor database that has a moves management component, I encourage you to look into that. Some of the ones that I like to use are Neon One, Bloomerang, I'm forgetting another one. But those are some really good donor databases that have that moves management component that help you manage a campaign. All right. So then when can you get started with major gifts, right? Moves management is kind of a term for how you track the progress of a donor along your pipeline. So that's usually if you're on a demo with a donor database, ask them to show you their moves management system or side of their database. Awesome. All right. So when can you get started? I like to peg when you start doing major gifts to your donor retention rate, because I don't want my clients to start getting out there and raising money and only to lose it, right? Because major gifts take a lot of work, right? So if your donor retention rate is less than 50%, what I would suggest you do is work on retention by building up your stewardship program. That's step one towards your major gifts program, right? So that is what I want you to leave here and focus on if your donor retention rate is less than 50%. If it's greater than 50%, then you can get started with major gifts, right? It's not a hard and fast rule, but that's where I tend to see clients start having success, is when that retention rate is going up. Excuse me. All right. So where do you find major donors, right? The first place I like to tell my clients to look is in your current donor base, right? So where I like to start is your top 10% of donors. Make those your current major donors. Start treating them like your major donors. Start building your major gifts program around those top 10%, right? So that's, again, where some of my clients end up with $200 is a major gift to their organization. We'll start there and we'll build, right? Meg asks, do you measure retention as keeping donors renewing after 2 years or 3? So for me, it's just 1 year after the other, right? And I like to look, when my clients start working with me, I look at an average of the past 3 years. Has their donor retention rate been over 50% for 3 years? Again, not a hard and fast rule. If I see some of you just getting started, right? Like, you're not gonna have 3 years of data. You can start out of the gate with major gifts as a new organization. It works, right? I have a client who just got their 501c3 in January. We're already getting $1,000, $10,000 gifts, right? It's fine. You can do it. But if you've already existed and you have a program that you're not doing well on stewardship, that's the first thing I want you to fix. So where do you find donors? In your current donor base, your top 10% of donors are your current major donors, and your top 25% of your current donors are your best starting prospects to move into that level of giving, right? So your current base, even if it's small, even if they are small size gifts, it's a way to start practicing on your current base, right? Doing a prospecting exercise with your board where you ask them about who they know. Explain the donor ABCs so they understand it, because it's usually board members who tell me to call Oprah or somebody rich, right? And don't think about the rest of the ABCs, right? But walking them through, what is the ABCs? Who do you know? One of the things I like to do is ask them, who at your place of worship would appreciate us? Who did you go to college with who might appreciate our mission? What do you know, any of your neighbors that might support our organization, right? By asking them about specific groups of people, it's really helpful. I find when you say, who could be a major donor to our organization, suddenly none of my board members have friends anymore, and that makes me sad, right? But when you ask them about, do you have a neighbor who might care about our mission? They've got a finite number of neighbors. They can run through that list very easily, and it's more concrete than who in the entire wide world do you know, right? And then wealth prospecting tools. So yeah, I love donor search. I think it's a great tool. It's also very expensive, right? So usually I say wealth prospecting tools are when you're up and running and you need to vet people because you've got too many prospects and you want to really prioritize them. That's when donor search comes in. Most of the time you can tell if somebody can make a major gift based on their job and where they live, right? Yeah, and donor search, there's an art and a science to donor search. I love it as a tool, but yeah, there are limitations if you don't know how to use it well. It's not going to help you at all. But wealth prospecting tools help you prioritize people. I think that's where I like to go. But generally, if somebody is a doctor and they've been a doctor for years, they've probably paid off their medical school debts, they live in a giant house, you could probably guess they can make a major gift, right? Unless they bought a house way outside of their means and they don't have liquid capital, right? But you can generally get a sense. You do not need to screen them through a prospecting tool in order to have a sense of whether or not somebody can make a major gift, right? At the same time, you can get it really wrong. There was a partner of a huge law firm in DC. I was sure he was capable of a 6-figure gift. I went and talked to him, and his twin daughters just both started at private schools. And he was like, I'm out of money right now. Come back to me when they graduate, right? It doesn't always, yeah. And wealth doesn't always equate to philanthropy. Absolutely, Meg. So the access and belief to me are way more important than the capacity vetting. I leave that to the end, really. So then how do we get started? First, build your confidence. Start with easy asks and then move on to harder ones. So what I like to do when I'm starting, I like to go to my board of directors first and practice making major gifts of my board, because they got to sit there and listen to me and they know the organization really well. So that's where I like to start with my board of directors, because also they should be giving, right? Whether it's a huge gift or they're on because they've got some special expertise, they should be giving either way, right? So talking to your board of directors about their giving. Then I like to move on to former board of directors members, if you've been around long enough to have people rotate off the board. Then I go to current major donors to ask for renewals. You see how I'm building my confidence. I'm getting my easy asks in, right? I'm getting easy yeses so that I'm getting more and more comfortable. I do this with all of my clients, and all of my clients love this process, right? So current major donors. Then I go to my upgradable donors. They're already invested in the mission. Let's see if we can get them to invest more. Then I move on to warm prospects. So people who are not yet donors, but that I've been building a relationship with, and I'm building that relationship as I'm doing all of these other asks, right? And then I move on to colder prospects, right? Or sometimes I've run out the year, I've made my fundraising target and I don't even have to deal with my cold prospects, right? So that's how I like to go about building my confidence. It's how I coach my clients, is to slowly build that confidence by going from the easiest asks to the hardest asks. Because if the first thing you do is go out there and solicit a fairly cold prospect, they're gonna say no, and then you're gonna feel shut down, and then you're gonna feel like you can't do major gifts, and I promise that you can. So what I like to tell people when you're starting a major gifts program is identify your top 25% of donors and then go on a listening campaign. I don't think enough of us do listening campaigns. Ask them about why they're interested in the organization. What do they like about the organization? What kind of engagement would they like to have with the organization? Take that information, and that can inform the benefits that you offer as part of your major giving program. So start with the donors, always start with the donors you have, right? A donor you have is better than the one that you don't. So that's where I like to do this listening campaign, because it helps us get a lot of feedback. So start with that. Then the second, like I said, your top 25% of donors could be your lowest giving circle, right? So if, let's say that's $100 or more, right? For a very small startup organization. Top 10% of your donors is the next level. Let's say that's $250 for a small startup organization. And then the top tier is what you think is a stretch. Maybe it's a bigger gift than the biggest gift you've ever gotten, right? So maybe that's $1,000 for a brand new startup. Or let's say, I have a client that I'm working on building this with right now. Their lowest level is 500. Their next tier is 1,000, and then their biggest gift they've ever gotten is a $50,000 gift. So we were like, okay, the 50,000, we want to have that. And so then we restructured, we added 2 more levels in between to make it make sense, even though they're heavily weighted down on the smaller gifts, right? So we put a couple levels in between there. But don't do more levels than you can handle, right? So it's all about the stewardship afterwards. So if you don't think that you can steward that many levels and have that many different offerings, then don't do that, right? I don't understand how there are 3 top levels. So it's not 3 top levels, Lori. It's your top 25% of your current donor file is your lowest level. And then top 10% is the next level up. It's mostly just to give you a starting point where you already have donors. So, okay, then step 3 is roll it out to your donors. Make your donor circle materials and then roll out your program to your current donors first. What I like to do is go out and say, hey, we're rolling out this this program. Thank you, Katie. It's 3 levels of benefits with the stewardship they're going to get. And that's how a good way to start setting what number those are. Because that's what I get is people say, well, should my first level be 500? I don't know. What's your current donor file tell you? What's your top 25%, right? Okay. If that's still unclear, folks can, I have my contact information at the end, so we can talk about your specific program. All right, so roll it out to your donors, make your donor circle materials, roll out your program to your current donors. And I like to meet with your current donors that give at a level that qualifies and invite them to be part of the program, invite them to maybe upgrade within the program, right? So saying something like, last year you donated $500, which means you're eligible to participate in our Partners Council at the ally level. We can't wait to get you involved. Can we count on your gift of $500 this year to make sure you're part of the program? Something like that, right? So we've done the who, what, where, when, how. My last question to you is why? Why do you want to do major gifts, right? This is something that I ask clients a lot and they're like, why? Because I want more money, right? But major donors are going to ask a lot more questions about why you need the specific amount that you are asking for, right? If you are asking for $10,000, why do you need that $10,000, right? So being very, very clear on what major gifts will do for your organization, whether it's funding your basic needs right now because you're not meeting your targets, or whether it's, well, once we, $10,000 gifts means we can expand to a second location or something like that, right? Having it very clear, the why is the piece that actually most people miss in creating a major gifts program. And that's not something I can really coach you on here. That's what I do with my clients. We do a whole finding your why segment when we work together. But that's the big why that I want you to ask yourself as you get into major gifts is what are these major gifts going to do for your organization? So you can very clearly articulate that to the people who you are going to be soliciting, right? So I have a little free giveaway for you. You can request a copy of my Anatomy of an Ask, which is a workbook to help you make donor solicitations. If you scan that QR code or go to that link, join my mailing list, and then you will get this Anatomy of an Ask workbook that will help you plan how to make asks, right? It doesn't have so much the nuts and bolts of how to build a program, but it will teach you how to make a good ask. And if you are interested in working with me, I have 3 signature services that I offer. One, I have an interim director of development program. So if you are a smaller organization, you've been thinking about hiring a development director, but you're not sure you're ready to make the commitment to an on-staff employee, I can come and join your team and I will be the development director for your team. I have a program called Sustain and Thrive. It is a group coaching program that is starting in September. I would love to have any of you on it. It is a year-long program where you learn our framework for fundraising sustainability. And you have online tools. We have a group that meets every week. It's going to be a really, really fun program. I ran a pilot program of it last year and a number of people said it was the best fundraising anything they'd ever done. So I'm really excited to launch the second cohort of that. And then I do one-off strategy sessions if you just want to pick my brain. So if you want to scan that QR code, you can request a free consultation from me. And I'd love to talk to any and all of you about how I can support your organization. So that is me. This is my contact information. I would love to connect with you on LinkedIn. Join my mailing list to get the Anatomy of an Ask. And I think, Jenna, we've got a little time for questions if anything was left unclear.
Yes. Thank you so much, Kelly. Yes. And see, you've got tons of accolades here. I just love how you break everything down into so many manageable parts in the process of stewarding donors. Yeah, I think because you had been answering the questions in the chat, the presentation in board form, the presentation, yes. The board form that you were talking about, Kelly.
The board form, connect with me on LinkedIn and send me a message to ask for it, and I will send it to you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, the donor tier idea, what I thought was great. Do you have recommendations, other orgs of examples of actual materials?
Katie, again, send me a message on LinkedIn. I can send you the I can send you this example if you'd like.
Yeah, and I think somebody asked for the link, the QR code for the, I don't know which QR code, but was it the scheduling? Here's the,
All right, here's the anatomy of an ask. If anybody wants that.
I'll just re-chat it. But yeah, in the meantime, if anybody has questions, feel free to type them in. We've got about 10 minutes. Kelly is here with you. Take advantage of her being here with us. Yeah, I'll give you time to think about things as we digest. It's a lot to digest at one time.
Yes.
But of course, you know, if you end up thinking of something later,
yep.
I'm sure Kelly would be happy to hear from you if you reach out to her then. What was that? Sorry, I missed that. Can you describe what materials should be prepared?
So the giving circles, let's see, Trina, message me on LinkedIn or send me an email. If you grab my email, it's Kelly, Kelly at fitnonprofit.com. Shoot me a message. I can send you some example materials of what I really love to make sure are in your materials. And Annette, I will not move to Mexico, though I love Mexico. I've been there a number of times. I used to work in Mexico. So I will not move there, but my interim services are virtual. So you can work with me from wherever you want in the world.
So funny. Kelly's getting hired now. That's amazing. Oh, this has been great.
Like educational donor search. If you're interested in donor search, they do a lot of free webinars and stuff on how to use their materials. So if that is something you're interested in, you can just join their mailing list. You'll get all kinds of stuff. They're pretty generous with their free webinars as well. And I will say my clients get reduced access to donor search. So I'm not, if you all go and sign up with donor search, I will get nothing, but I really love their platform. My clients have access to a reduced cost, donor search. One of the perks of working with me.
I don't know if you saw Ellen's question. Potential to work with a very large donor. We're not a nonprofit yet. Is it best to wait until we are a nonprofit?
So not necessarily. You can go ahead and approach that donor, start building the relationship, right? And then when you get to the solicit stage, if you still haven't gotten your 501c3, what you can do is write a gift agreement or a memorandum of understanding with that donor to say that they have pledged whatever amount and they will give it to you within 6 months of your organization receiving their tax status. That's what I would do in your specific situation, Ellen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Brooker.
Kindful I know does have a moves management system, but I thought they were merging with Bloomerang. So I'm not on top of what Kindful offers right now.
So Brooker saying, as a small organization, our program costs are more easily covered and it ends up being salary costs that are the main need as part of a why to a potential major donor. How do we make that sound more attractive as opposed to you're just paying our salaries? That's
yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. Everyone asks this question. The way I like to answer that question is, nothing happens without your staff, right? If you want a strong professional staff, you have to pay good competitive salaries, right? And so I usually position that with donors as you are helping us hire the best and the brightest and keep them here so that we can deliver excellent services, right? I would also Google the overhead myth. There are people, very, very brilliant people have written a lot more on that topic and how to address it. You can normally find it by Googling the overhead myth. If you haven't read Voulet's commentaries, if you're not subscribed to his weekly newsletter, sign up for that. Voulet is amazing and does a lot of work around how to message that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to step into his lane because he is fabulous.
Can you just repeat that person's newsletter again?
Yes, I'll type it in the chat. It's Voulet, and he runs his blog is Nonprofit AF.
Nice.
So that's in the chat.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And then we have one more. I think we have time for a few more questions. We have one more in the Q&A. Can you talk a little bit more about how soon or long after receiving a gift is ideal to engage with thank yous or benefits, and how often?
Yeah. So this is work I do with my clients. So if you're interested in my group coaching program, we do a lot around the stewardship program in my group coaching program. But basically I say you should have a thank you process and a stewardship process. The thank you process triggers as soon as you receive the gift and should be completed within about 2 weeks of receiving the gift. And then the stewardship process is an ongoing thing throughout the year. So when I work with my clients, what we do is we have a thank you process, which is, 2 or 3 touch points with the donor within a couple weeks of them making the gift. Sending a thank you email, calling them to say thank you, having a board member call them to say thank you, whatever makes sense for the organization. Immediately after the gift. And then your stewardship program should be something that every January we do this touch with all of our donors. In February we do this touch with all of our donors, that kind of thing. So that it's a monthly thing that once somebody gives, they just get looped into this thing that's already happening and ongoing. That's a whole nother workshop that I do. It's a whole month of my group coaching program. So I could talk ad nauseum about that too, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Awesome. Well, I don't know. Did we hit all the questions?
If we missed your question, can you repost it in the chat? Is that the best way to ask?
Yeah, this has been so helpful. I'm sure everybody on the call would echo that. So yeah, thank you again, Kelly, so much for your time today. And can you use donor search to find new donors? Last question.
Yes and no. Remember what I said about access? I think access is more important than capacity. So when I do look in donor search for new donors, I tend to pull like a big list and then show it to my clients' board members to see if they know anyone on the list, right? But I think that access point, especially if you're just getting started, is really, really key. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially if you're a small startup nonprofit too, access is. You do not need to know their address already. You need to have somebody who can connect you to them in real life, is the key for me.
Right.
IRL, right? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, yeah, good, just like realistic, like the eye open.
Real world. When you're just getting started, real life interactions with your donors are so critical. And I think in a really digital online world, we really don't think about how important real life connections are. And I will stand by it. I think real life connections are what make really loyal donors. Yeah.
So wise.
Get off the Facebook and hold an open house. That's what I tell a lot of my clients.
Right. I mean, we have 3 more minutes. If you want to take a stab at Ellen's question here.
If you have specific donor search questions, I mean, like I said, I would sign up for one of their webinars. I am not an expert at donor search. I use it, but they would be a better, if you're talking about like specifically how to screen for your people, they would have better algorithms for that than I can do right here.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Kelly. I will just
all right. Yeah. Nice to meet everybody, and I hope to connect with many of you on LinkedIn or elsewhere.
Connect with Kelly. This has been amazing. All right. We'll talk to you soon, Kelly.
Bye, y'all.
So everyone, I'm going to share my screen real quick. I'm so thrilled to introduce our next speaker, who is speaking at 1 p.m. Eastern. We were talking about Mission Possible, how Map Move Measure can lead to a major gift triumph. And we will be joined by Beth Saunders, the founder and chief strategist at Beth Saunders Associates. And so, yeah, just a little bit about Beth. She's had a 12-year consulting career, and she's helped nonprofit leaders connect with people and programs to their mission and goals. And so her Map Move Measure framework is basically a guide for elevating stewardship and increasing your supporter engagement. And so, as we've learned from our first session, it's all about engagement, connection, being personal. And I am just so excited to have Beth share a little bit about her own tips, her experience. And so, yeah, we'll be getting started shortly. I think she's joined us. So we'll get started at 1. And here she is live virtually. Is that a thing?
Well, I am alive. How's that?
Yes, of course. Thank God. Welcome, Beth. I'm so glad you could join us for our little mini masterclass virtual workshop here today. And so everybody who's joining, I will just say a little bit of housekeeping again for those who have just joined for this session. This session is being recorded. And I would encourage you to ask your questions throughout today's webinar with Beth. You can drop them in the Q&A panel. And then also, if you have anything else to share in the chat, I'm sure Beth would be interested in hearing from you. So definitely chat in or use the Q&A to send her your questions. And I'm gonna just stop talking and pass the mic over, and we'll jump in.
Thank you, Jenna. And thanks to CauseVox for hosting this half-day workshop. What an exciting opportunity for everyone who's attending. And I didn't get to hear Kelly's full presentation, but it sounds like it was quite engaging. So let's see, I will share my screen and look for a thumbs up that you all can see that. Cool. All right. Sorry, I'm getting all these Zoom controls organized on my screen here. All right, we're going to get started. Thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. We're actually going to start with a couple of definitions, and then we're going to walk through the framework so that you can actually start building your own. And that is because we really want to make this interactive and hands-on. I don't know if you've heard some version of this quote, but I'm a big fan of quotes and affirmations. Knowledge is power, action is change. So today we're going to put strategy into action. So if you are ready to put your knowledge into action, drop the word action in the chat. So I know everyone's alive and kicking out there. Rock and roll. Love it. A lot of action out there. This is great. All right, well, I promised just a couple definitions and we will get to work. Strategy is a plan of action. It outlines how you intend to achieve success. But a framework, well, when you have a strategy, you also develop a lot of tactics. And tactics are everything from your social media strategy, all your posts, your blog posts. You probably have a website. You run fundraising appeals, you run events. All those things are tactics, and they are designed within a strategy. But you also are probably asking, at least I hope you are, how do you know if your tactics are effective and which ones are most effective? Well, that's where a strategic framework is helpful, because a framework is the structure that guides you along. It makes sure that your tactics stay within the strategy that you designed and that you aren't kind of straying off the map onto a lot of detours. And a strategic framework also has some measurement included. So when you have a framework, you have guardrails. Now, this specific strategy, an engagement strategy, is what connects the dots between a strategic plan and your mission. Now, a lot of you probably have a strategic plan. If you do, drop strategic plan in the chat. And a lot of times, strategic plans can feel really big and lofty, and you probably check the box every 3 to 5 years. And I hope that your strategic plan does not have SPOTS disease, which is strategic plan on the shelf. When you create your strategic plan, you really need to put it into action, but you want to make sure you're doing that within your mission as you define that. And this engagement strategy is a way to connect those together because it brings your supporters into the work. A full engagement strategy has a lot of different components, vision and mission, which are probably also in your strategic plan, but it also contains some components like superpowers, the things that make you uniquely great and attractive to your supporters. It contains things like definition of your audience and your personas in that audience, your value proposition, an engagement pyramid, a technology platform, lots and lots of things. Well, I've pulled 2 of those foundational components into a framework called Map, Move, Measure. And it's designed to help you build lasting supporter relationships. So Map, Move, Measure pulls a vision map and the engagement pyramid into this framework. And we're going to build those today, or I'm going to walk you through how to build them. And the vision map is literally that. It's your vision statement and a pathway of outcomes that you intend to achieve. And an engagement pyramid is a structure that lets you tap into your data and measure the engagement of each of your supporters. Now, I know it sounds like I'm talking in circles because I keep saying engagement, but we're going to see that in action in just a minute. The best part about this framework is that you don't really bring anything new to the table, except maybe some new ideas. You have a lot of knowledge, you have a lot of experience, you have a lot of expertise, and we're going to pull that into your vision map. And you also have a lot of data. If you're using CauseVox, you probably have a lot of donation data and peer-to-peer fundraising data. You may have a CRM where you have volunteer data and other contact information. And I can tell you that this framework works. I have a customer, they're actually a co-op, and they put this strategy into place. And they noticed that they offer a lot of classes. They noticed that their class enrollment and attendance went up like 70% because they started targeting their messaging to what their supporters and participants really cared about. You change their messaging, they got more attention, more people got engaged. I have another customer, and you're going to see their work today. They found they were actually asking too much too soon. I don't know if you've ever felt that. And in major giving, that can be a problem where you might jump to that big ask a little too soon. Well, they created their pathway and their engagement pyramid, and they discovered they could create less demanding offers so that people could get involved at a lower, more basic level before diving in to do the big things. So a vision's map starts with your vision statement. And a vision statement, well, first I'm going to say, I get this question a lot. What's the difference between vision and mission? So I'm just going to get that definition out of the way before we dive into creating the vision map. In short, vision is outcome, it's results, and mission is action, it's what you do. So the vision map, it's a picture of what you're working toward. It's not a description of the work you're doing. So if you're really clear on the difference between vision and mission, let's see you drop vision in the chat. And while you're doing that, think about what your organization's vision statement is, because I'm going to be asking you to write it down. So if you don't have, maybe grab a piece of paper and a pen or pencil, because I'm going to have you jot some things down so that you can leave this session with something started. Glad to see a lot of you understand vision and mission. And now we're going to keep looking up at that vision and make it real. So this is a graphic design picture of a vision map. Yours is going to have a lot more content on it. So to get started in creating your own, on that piece of paper, I was going to hold one up, but you're looking at the slides, so that's probably good enough. Write your vision statement at the top. And it doesn't matter if you're holding yours portrait or landscape, but just write your vision statement at the top of your paper, and then leave a little bit of space, and then write a dotted line across your paper, all the way across. That's the template for creating your vision map. Your vision is a very lofty aspirational statement, and it's the change you're looking to create in the world. And that change is probably not unique. There's probably other nonprofit organizations looking to create that same change, that have that same vision statement. And that's why we have that dotted line, which is called an accountability ceiling. An accountability ceiling separates what is so lofty and so aspirational and shared by other organizations, and it brings it to what you will accomplish. What is your organization committed to achieving? What is the outcome that your work should achieve? So when you start filling this in, and I'm going to show you some examples so that you can work on yours, but when you start filling this in, you want to go top to bottom and backwards map, and you read it using the word in order for, the phrase in order for. And that's how you know that it's a causal pathway, that one thing is causing another to be possible. This may all sound like a lot of theory, so we're going to take a look at an actual vision map. But you also might be wondering, why are we even doing this? And what does this have to do with major giving and attracting major donors? Well, the reason we're talking about vision maps is that these are your goals. These are the outcomes, the change you're going to create in the world with the work you do. But guess what? There's a lot of supporters who share these goals. They share the desire to create change. There's a lot of people looking to have a positive impact in the world. And if they can partner with you in doing that, they are ready and waiting for you to invite them in. So let's take a look at a vision map that I worked on with an organization here in the Boston area named Build Boston. They're the Boston chapter of a national organization. So I want to point out that the vision statement here, I did not work on with them. That's their vision statement. They're national. They have that in place. But I did work on the vision map with their director of mentorship and community engagement. So what we're going to do is kind of just read this as an example so that you have some practice hearing what your vision map should sound like. The first thing is their vision statement is at the very top. And it's a world where all students, regardless of race, socioeconomic status, or neighborhood, have the skills and connections needed to achieve economic power and freedom. In order for that to be real, so here's the link, right? The in order for students to have economic power and freedom, they must have increased social capital, they must have a plan for post-secondary success, and they must have increased self-efficacy. Those are things that are above the accountability ceiling. Build understands that a lot of other forces and parties need to participate in helping achieve that. But where they put a stake in the ground and they say that the work they do is going to make change is below the ceiling. So in order for students to have increased social capital and post-secondary success, they must have access to supportive and experienced business people. And they must have that access in order for it reads the other way. In order for that to be true, business people must value mentoring the next generation of entrepreneurs. So you can read it top down or bottom up. The important thing is to create it top down. Now, the difference between an outcome statement and an action statement is listen to this difference. If you wanted to invite people to participate in your organization's work, if that person is saying, well, I mentor high school students, or they might say, I sponsored a career exploration fair, their friends are going to be like, that's really great. That's nice of you. But what if they said, I help ensure students have a financially secure future? their friends are going to say, wow, gosh, how do you do that? I want to do that too. So talking in outcomes is a lot more motivating, at least in my opinion, than just talking about what you do. Okay, so this is how you build a vision map. So if you've jotted that stuff down, also, if you're interested in a template, I'll give you my contact information. You can always connect with me later and I'll send you the template. So now you know what you're trying to achieve and what you're going to talk to your supporters about, right? You want to connect with them and understand what goals they want to achieve. So we're going to now talk about how you can measure engagement and know when the right time is to make that major ask. So you want to make sure you're tracking data, and I'm guessing that most of you are doing that. If you are, you can drop the word track into the chat. So I know that we still have some folks out there who are learning something new. Awesome. So maybe you're tracking data in your CauseVox online fundraising platform. You might also have, like I mentioned earlier, other systems. Hopefully they're connected, like a CRM or a volunteer database. But the data that you track, it's really important that you can measure it. If you collect data and just collect, and you record, and you track, and you never look at it, it's not really serving a purpose. So we want to put your data into action as well. Now, there's a difference between aggregate data and authenticated or individual data. So I'm highlighting the individual here. And what I mean by that is aggregate data is when you just have totals. If you are running an appeal, let's say you have a Mother's Day appeal or an annual appeal, everyone probably has an annual appeal. And you can know how much money you raise through your appeal and how many total donations and maybe how many new donors. It's also really important to be tracking each individual who contributed to the appeal, not just your totals. Totals are great for board reports and annual reports, but it really isn't great for helping you get to know your supporters. So how are we going to find your next major donor? Again, if you're using CauseVox, you are probably doing online donation forms, and then each person is providing you their name and their email, and you have a donation amount and a date. If you're doing peer-to-peer fundraising, you not only have the fundraiser, but you probably have contact data for all of the people contributing to that person's campaign. The data points about each interaction that I'm highlighting here are the things that cause you to be able to measure. I'm using the word affinity, and many of you may use that. You may capture in your database on each donor or contact record something you call areas of interest. Those areas of interest need to be related to the work you do and the vision that you have. So I like to make sure that my customers are tracking affinity based on goals on their vision map. So whatever the outcomes are that you're trying to achieve, that you will achieve, and they will eventually realize your vision, and your supporters probably aren't necessarily as interested in every single goal on the map, right? They're probably really interested in specific pathways through the map. They're going to journey along with you and follow a certain pathway. When you figure out through your conversations or through the content that they're engaging with in your newsletter, which of your goals are most interesting to them, you can record that as an area of interest and affinity. When you track individual transactions, and I like to call them interactions, because a transaction is really cold, it's often faceless, but an interaction means that you've interacted with another human being. And what was that interaction? Yes, there's donations, but before they donate, they might have volunteered at a community event. They might have attended something from a webinar like today, right? They might have attended any kind of event. Anytime you can grab a name and an email, their contact information, and record the what, that's the interaction. And you'll see why that's so important in a minute. But you also want to know when. You want a specific date, so you know how recently. And sometimes these interactions are recurring. And it's not just recurring gifts, which, by the way, are pretty awesome, right? They're better than one-time gifts. And I know CauseVox can support you in that outreach as well. There's other kinds of recurring interactions. Somebody may volunteer on a really regular basis. They may be doing advocacy on your behalf. I like to say, what have you done for me? When did you do it? And what have you done for me lately? Some examples of really specific points. I think we've already talked about that here, but how many, you can summarize these interactions. So over the course of a year, say, you could summarize on a contact record in your database, like the total number of gifts this year, last year, in their lifetime. You might want to summarize the total amount of their gifts. So if you know each individual interaction, you can then add them up and see the overall relationship. Now, all of this is tracking, but it gets a lot more interesting when you measure it and you can add an engagement level. And that's what we're going to look at now, how to measure all of these interactions. We use a framework, a structure called an engagement pyramid. This is a three-dimensional representation of all the different ways your supporters can interact with you. So there's a lot going on in this image, and we're going to talk through it. First of all, I like to think about the fact that these words on here are labels. Your supporters are human beings. We don't really have donors. We have people who donate money. We don't have volunteers. We have people who volunteer their time. We have people who join committees and join our board, who take advocacy actions. When you remember that there's a human being that's interacting with you, then you can think of them in more three dimensions. Like a person could journey through this pyramid. They could move up the levels. They could turn the corner and play a different role. So someone who just volunteered or attended an event could turn the corner and make a donation, and then go back to volunteering, or turn the corner and join a committee. So you want to think of people as playing different roles on your behalf. The levels represent how much of themselves they're giving to your cause. So at the base of the pyramid, it's wide because that is how many people. It has the most people at the base of the pyramid, and each higher level of engagement are fewer and fewer people. The example I give that makes that really obvious is that the number of people on your e-news subscription is much, much larger than the number of people sitting on your board of directors. An e-news subscriber is less engaged than a member of your board. So it's natural and desirable to have fewer people engaged at that high level. The key is that you offer ways for people to engage at every level so they have choices. People like variety. The mindset is a way of explaining what they're giving of themselves. So at the base of the pyramid, you have observers. You may not actually know them, so you're not tracking them. People who are aware of your organization are visiting your website. They might be reading your social media, and you know it's happening, but you don't know who they are. But it's your job to call them in, give them a way to raise their hand and get involved. And that's when they start paying more attention. So followers are paying attention. They're clicking through on your e-news subscription, right? And the only way they can get it is if they've given you their email address. So now you know who they are. When they take an action that demonstrates they trust you, or they're giving you some of their time, that's how we define the endorser level. The contributor level is, the difference is the significance, the amount. So if they're giving a lot of time, or they start giving you more money, they're contributing. Knowledge and skill is the owner level, and leadership is the leader level. Knowledge and skill, think of things like workshop instructors. They have to be informed about your work in order to deliver that information on your behalf. Okay, so this is a lot of really pretty pictures. We're going to define this a little bit more and then look at an example. These are examples of what we were just talking about, that at the base of the pyramid, people are reading your social media. I probably don't need to say all of this again, but let's just go show how you can move up through the pyramid and how this relates to major giving and cultivating donors. If someone was paying attention, they were reading your newsletter, you might have put in your newsletter an opportunity to participate in an event or a specific activity that really caught their attention. And they said, that's something I really want to do. So they sign up and they attend. Well, if they do that, think of that as demonstrating they trust you. And maybe they even bring a friend along. They've spent time. And after that, you have the opportunity to stay in touch with them and invite them to do more. You might invite them to make a donation or to turn their donation into a recurring donation. You might invite them to raise money on your behalf. Again, you then, after they've been engaging with you for a while, this doesn't all happen like 1, 2, 3, right? Think about how you build relationships with anybody. It takes time, but you're cultivating this along the way. And you're noticing think of it as the theme of the activity that they're participating in is relating to the goal on your goals map. And then the activity that they're doing is at a specific level of the pyramid. At some point, you might see that they're so interested that they really want to partner with you and sponsor certain types of events, or they might want to be on a committee and lead others while they're on that committee. And eventually, I think on the donation side, if you remember in the pyramid, I'm going to back up. We said you could turn a corner. If somebody is reaching the leader level, board of directors is not the only leader level action. You'll want to think about what your organization can offer people to do, but legacy giving and planned giving might actually be leader level activities. That would be up to you to decide. So when you track all of this information, it's how you find potential major donors. You think about who is most likely to want to do this, where this is the action you're inviting them to take. So making a major gift to your organization, you want to think about who is most likely to do that. And you can tap into your data. And now you can use engagement level as an additional attribute in understanding who is engaging with you. This is a snapshot that Build Boston of their pyramid that they created when we were working together. And I mentioned I was working with the director of mentorship and community engagement. And so if you look at this journey, now this is not the vertical pyramid, but you read it right to left. Don't ask me why I did it that way. So the observer level is on the far right, and that's the base of the pyramid. The social media follower might have responded to an invitation to attend an information session. And once they come to the information session and learn more about the organization, they might have then signed up to actually host an information session at their employer, and so on. You can read how someone could journey through this pyramid. The point is that as they're journeying through, they're demonstrating that they're committed to your cause. And if they're committed to your cause, they might be willing to invest in your cause. And investment is really something that only comes after that basis of trust. So it's your job to give them opportunities to learn about you, trust you, and then they are more likely to say yes. And I like to think of asking as offering. Knowing that your supporters share your goals, you are giving them an opportunity to fulfill their own goals. That's a real wonderful offer. And when you think of an offer instead of an ask, you also feel more confident. You are more likely to want to offer somebody something really appealing than you are to ask for more. So when you change your own mindset, you can tap into the mindset of your supporters. I see a question in the chat, and I'm going to try and address it since it's about this specific topic. And Lori is asking, what about leaders who are not interested in donating? How would I suggest getting them engaged at a deeper level? I think that leaders, if they're demonstrating leadership, that means that they are helping lead your organization without you needing to be there with them. They can lead by through advocacy. They can lead by sharing their network and their influence, by speaking on your behalf, by introducing you to their networks. Not everyone has the financial means, right, to make a big investment in an organization. But what I'm going to back up to the 3D pyramid. At the top of the pyramid is where your role is more personal. I think Kelly might have talked about that major giving is a very personal, like in real life activity. But the base of the pyramid is more digital and transactional. And that's where platforms like CauseVox really excel. They help you nurture the relationship and move along. And the reason I'm highlighting that is that at the leader level, there aren't going to be quite as many people, and it's where you will spend most of your personal time, meaning the time that you engage with people one-on-one. And you could learn about that person's goals. If you've created your vision map, I would say sit down with them and actually talk about what's on there. Say, this is how our organization is committed to making change. What about this really motivates you? And how would you like to be involved? I feel like that's an incredibly inspiring and motivating conversation to have. And you might actually be surprised at what you learn in that conversation. Can I share the pyramid? The slides are going to be available. I believe Jenna and CauseVox team are making all the slides available. And I'll also give you a way to stay connected with me if you are looking for more information. So we defined strategy and framework. We walked through the structure of map, move, measure. And now we're going to just talk about how can you actually put this to work. So I just mentioned one because of the wonderful question in the chat, but the way you can use your framework, remember there's a map, move, measure, vision map, engagement pyramid. What's the move? The move is all the work you're doing, right? The move is all of the ways that you invite people to take action. And so you move them through your engagement pyramid on a journey to achieve the goals on your vision map. So every time you come up with an event that is meant to invite people to participate, ask yourself, what is it we will achieve by running this event? And look at your vision map and make sure that it's tying to a goal. And when the events I'm talking about are things that are supporter focused. You might have, board meetings, right? There's lots of events and activities you run that are more about running the business, but I'm talking about engagement. If you're going to run an appeal, make sure your messaging is focused on achieving a goal, right? People want to help you make change in the world. So talk about goals. Don't not talk about your work, but also be sure to talk about your goals. So cultivation conversations, funding proposals, grant proposals, talk about what you're achieving. And the listener is going to be sitting up tall, really listening hard because they want to make change, positive change in the world as well. As far as that data measurement, make sure you're offering a wide variety of engagement opportunities. That pyramid has a lot of different levels, and the magic happens in the middle. So as you if you were to chart out your own engagement pyramid, again, the slides will have a picture of the one that's filled out. But if you were to start filling that out and think about what you offer people to participate in, you might find, like a lot of my customers find, that there's a lot at the base, like social media and e-newsletters and websites. And there's some at the top, like committees and board membership, and there's less in the middle. So this is where you can be creative. If you have a vision map and you're thinking about the mindset of your supporters, you'll start to realize there's a lot of things that you're doing that you and your team are all getting burned out by doing, where you could actually invite other people to help. So it doesn't mean you have to develop this giant volunteer program, although I think there's a lot of really strategic ways to involve volunteers, but there's a lot of ways that people can participate. They can give their input, they can do advocacy, they can write blog posts for you. right? They can join committees, ad hoc committees. Everything doesn't have to be perpetual. So build the middle of your pyramid, get lots of endorsers and contributors, and you're really going to see that helps make your mission happen. And when you're doing all of that, don't just track well, make sure you're tracking the data. A lot of times people have like a donor database, and then they run all these activities and they have Excel spreadsheets or Google Sheets over here. And they can't ever see that the person who donated is also the person that participated on that committee. You want to try and bring it together so that you have more of a donor profile, that you can see everything in one place. And that's how you can measure it. And the way you measure that is you add that piece of data into the system you're tracking. So if you have like the appeal and you have a start and end date on the appeal, and then you have each donation, the appeal itself might have an engagement level, or more likely an activity like a volunteer event. You might actually have somebody sponsoring the event, but that volunteer activity, you would say this is a contributor level activity. And that way, whoever participated in the activity, quote, earns that level of contributor. All right. What else do we have on here for using it? Include affinity and the engagement level in your outreach and your communications, segmentation. You don't have to get all really, really sophisticated, but what you can do is think about every time you send out information about a new initiative, you might have one communication that's geared toward people at the top of the pyramid. People who are really informed about your mission and are helping you lead it and own your mission don't really need the same amount of explanation as people who are just getting to know you. So even if you split it in half, do the whole learn more about us for people at the base of the pyramid, and do more of the here's how you can tell more people about us for people at the top of the pyramid. So tracking the engagement level is really important along with the interaction. I'm happy to go through any questions that have come up in the Q&A. And if there aren't a lot, I've got a couple that I get asked a lot. So we'll just review these real quick, and I'll pause and see if there's anything else you want me to go back to, or if there's any questions that came up, Jenna can let me know. So the difference between vision and mission, I should have split these up and asked you to put it in the chat. Vision is outcome and mission is action. Is there more than one pyramid? This is a question I actually get a lot, because that pyramid of how do we move people along? They say, oh, is there a donor pyramid? You know, is there a pyramid for our volunteers? And if you remember, we talked about no, because there aren't donors and there aren't volunteers. There's people, and they journey through the pyramid. They may go up and down, and they may go around and play different roles. The pyramid's three-dimensional, just like people are. And you can use this framework to identify new major donors, which is the whole point, right? The reason you're here today is the art of the big ask. When you capture data and you measure engagement levels and you know what goals you're trying to achieve and you build journeys, you're always asking, I am looking to do this next thing. Who is most likely to want to do that with me? I'm looking to raise more money to fund this initiative. Well, when you can define who's most likely to want to do that, you can go find them in your data. Let me go find people who have donated at least 3 times in the last couple of years. Let me go find people who have not only made donations, but maybe they have recruited 10 or more people to donate. And you would know that if you're doing peer-to-peer. I often recommend that in peer-to-peer fundraising, total dollars raised is important. I actually think what's far more interesting is the number of people who contributed to that person's peer-to-peer campaign. One person who can recruit 50 people to contribute, that person actually is showing you how much trust their network has in them. So if that person trusts you, that trust can transfer. it's more important you spend your time cultivating that really successful and influential peer fundraiser than it is to cultivate that fundraiser who brought in more money, but through like a handful of donations, because they might have done that one-off. So building journeys and building the middle and assigning engagement level is how you can really identify your next major supporter in any kind of a way. And a few of you have been asking if you can see the pyramid or the sample, but if you are interested in staying in touch and diving into this a little more deeply, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll leave this slide up a minute. You should probably hold your phone to your screen and grab that QR code. If you'd like to get the templates, and those will be slightly different than the slides, the templates will be a way to walk you through filling in the blanks. You can message me on LinkedIn with the words CauseVox, Map, Move, Measure, and I'd be happy to be in touch and share some more information with you. So I'm going to wrap it here and leave plenty of time for conversation.
Yes, let's keep the conversation going. I'm gonna just drop in your LinkedIn link here. Yeah, I think, you know, like I haven't really heard of the Map, Move, Measure framework before, but I do appreciate your very clear and concise explanation of everything. It's been actually really, really beneficial for me to learn about. And very educational. And yeah, I guess I like what is like, do you have like if people are just starting out with this concept, what is your number one tip in starting the process of creating a Map, Move, Measure framework?
I usually recommend that if you are just getting started, especially when you're thinking about data and fundraising software and those kinds of systems, that you really start actually with your pyramid. And I'm going to scroll around on the slides because it'll be a little bit easier to answer that question. But if you take a look at this slide, if you were to chart out the levels of the pyramid and think about what people are thinking about or what they're giving at those different levels, you want to then fill in, what is it we offer that allows people to show that they trust us and believe in our mission? What do we offer that allows them to spend time with us? And fill it in, because you already do a whole lot of work, right? You're already engaging people. And if you think of it, because that's really flat. When you think about all of the ways, you know, you're probably heads down, planning the next event, writing your next appeal, you're putting up your next online donation form. But when you look up and then you think about all of that stuff that you're doing, it's not just stuff, right? It's really invitations for people to support a bigger cause. And when you look at it this way, you can say, wow, I wonder how many people are interacting with us. And are we even giving them a way to do more? Are we really thinking about how we can involve people to do more? That's where I recommend starting, is just trying to fill in what you already do and think about whether it's a big ask, like, please join our board. Oh my gosh, 3 people are rolling off and now we need to go scramble and find board members. If you've been tracking these interactions with engagement, you might have a much better idea of who would be interested in and most likely to want to serve on your board, things like that.
Yeah, Trina is asking, you know, saying they've been working on building a major donor program from a modest list, spending a lot of time in spreadsheets. How many people do you suggest starting this process with?
So if you mean how many people do you start the process with, meaning how many people do you track engagement? If you're in spreadsheets, if you're not able to bring it all into like a central database, then you probably want to start with your current donors and you're going to want to probably do this once in a while. It won't be as easy to do it on an ongoing measurement basis, but take a look at those people and where else you have data. If you've been interacting with them in other ways, where is that data? Okay, so you do have a database and pulling out people to focus on. Well, the first thing I think the way to start, Trina, is to look at the database and what kinds of things those people have been doing and define it by engagement level. And that way you can say, it's up to you to determine, because you know your supporters, you know your mission, you know what you're trying to achieve. Say who's most likely to want to give more or make a major gift. And it depends on how big your list is, but look at who's already doing things in the middle of your pyramid. Who has already given more than once? Who has already given over a certain amount of money? And then make that decision again based on, this is why I say you already have what you need. It's your knowledge and it's your data. The framework is guiding you, right? It's gonna funnel you into taking the right next step.
Now, would you say, like, how would you translate the pyramid here in terms of donor giving level? Can there be a translation with donor giving in moving them up as leaders in terms of the financial, or is it mainly about their general engagement with the organization?
I love that, because that's a question I get a lot too, is about donor levels and how are they different or the same as engagement levels. And I see using donor levels as one face of the pyramid. Like, see how like a donor might be traveling along this side and turn the corner and become a volunteer. But you need to decide, what does it mean to be a follower if you're a donor? And you can define these levels by, don't forget that it's how recently, what have you done for me lately? So someone who writes a check for a large dollar amount and is a major donor this year, and then just sort of sits back and doesn't participate in your mission for a long time, I would say they are no longer engaged. So that how recently did they interact with you really matters. But donor levels, that whole like 0 to 500, 5 to 2000, whatever your levels are, I don't necessarily equate those exactly with engagement levels. I think that's really important for stewardship and thanking, like, the gratitude journey. So knowing what level and recognition. So knowing how much money people have donated is really helpful for recognition events, appreciation, and how you list people in your reports. But it's also an indicator. That's why I talked about the summary level data. Total giving this year, total number of gifts this year is an indication of how committed they are to your cause. And that's how you could invite them to do more in other ways.
Can you give maybe some examples of, I'm trying to think, examples of the calls to action to move people up the pyramid, and when do we send out a call to action to move somebody up?
Well, one more thing on the donor level is maybe it's not always dollar amount, but there were some examples here that these are just suggestions. Again, everyone has to build their own pyramid, but a single donation might be an endorser level, like a mid-level engagement. But someone who does peer-to-peer is showing more significant commitment to your cause because they're willing to ask other people to donate to your cause. And then somebody who makes a large gift is obviously a lot more invested, and somebody who actually puts you in their estate planning is also more invested. So you might think of engagement levels as far as donor goes as the type of giving, and then the dollar amount of donor levels being your appreciation journey and recognition.
That's thank you for clarifying that. I think that's helpful for me to wrap my head around it a little bit.
Yeah. And then the timing, I wish I could tell you that, I really think that that's why this is a framework. The framework is a guide to help you make decisions. The framework helps you make decisions without going off the map. The framework helps you make choices about who to reach out to, when to reach out to them, and what to reach out to them about, without taking lots of detours and without creating a lot of mission creep. Right? So if you think about grant proposals, just because it's $1 million grant doesn't mean it's relevant for your organization. If that money is not helping you achieve a goal on your map, what you've just done is create a lot of work for yourself. And now you're going in what we call a detour or a mission creep. So the timing is, again, it's your expertise. These are your relationships. And I have total trust in every single person listening and who will eventually see this, that you know how to do your job. The framework helps you do it more effectively and targeted. It really helps you hit your goals.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that all a bit. Anybody else have any questions for Beth? And if not, I would encourage you all to connect with Beth on your own time. Maybe if you need any assistance, right? Because Beth, do you help people create their whole map and their pyramid and all that kind of stuff, right?
Absolutely. You can do something as simple as connect with me, and I can share a template or two that are about the map and the pyramid to help you continue building it. And the way I work with my customers is really hands-on. We can facilitate these conversations to answer some of the questions you're talking about today, Jenna, but more specifically, once I know what your vision is, once I know what your mission is, once I know how you're currently operating, we channel that into a map. And then I would coach you through how to operationalize it. So all of these bullet points about track it in this way or incorporate it into your communications, getting a lot more specific guidance on how to put this framework to use is a lot of the work that I do and that I love to do. It sounds a little corny and maybe a little canned, but my real goal in life is to help you achieve yours. I get so much satisfaction at seeing people succeed and make positive change in the world. I work a lot remotely, so it doesn't matter where you are, but if you want to work personally, which I love, I am actually in Arlington, just in the Boston area, for Ellen, who mentioned you're in the Boston area also. And I love getting out. I have worked from home for years and years, so it wasn't just a recent event, but I really thrive on being in 3D.
Yeah, hence the pyramid, right?
Yeah, that's right. Hence the pyramid.
We gotta be in 3D or 4D or how many Ds. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you guys we have some you have a local friend now. That's cool. At least statewide. This has been wonderful, Beth. Thank you so much for joining us today and for giving us your expertise in such a lovely way. Your presentation was wonderful. And yeah, so I'll just leave it to everyone to reach out if you have any questions. And everyone, you will be getting all of Beth's slides when we send that out.
Thanks. And thanks for inviting me to join you. I hope it's a new perspective on how you think about your supporters and gives you some guidance on tapping in to offer them more ways. So thanks, Jenna, for having me. Appreciate meeting everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. I'm going to share my screen now as we take a look at what's coming up. All right. So we are almost at 2 p.m. Eastern, and we will be hearing next about fundraising secrets revealed and applying capital campaign solicitation strategies to boost your major gifts. And that will be presented by Kevin Wallace and Melissa Says. And then at 3 p.m. Eastern, we have our final presentation, our final speaker talking about major gifts made easy. And she will show you how to unlock the path to fundraising success. And that is led by Rachel Muir. As I had mentioned earlier on towards the beginning of our time today, that the slides and recordings will be sent to all registrants. So you don't have to worry about taking lots of notes. You can just sit back, take it all in. Of course, chat in your questions during each of the sessions. I do want to mention a couple webinars that are coming up. Actually, I'm going to grab the links. I'll put them in the chat, maybe if I can find my thing here. Okay, so the first one coming up is on June 22nd, and we will be looking at AI in action, the implementation for real marketing results. So I'm going to drop that in here. If you want to register for another AI chat, it's a big topic these days, and it can be very helpful, influential in your content, in the connection between fundraising and marketing as well. It's just a big time save and pretty efficient. So we'll be looking at that. And then on June 27th, we will be doing another donation page throwdown. So I don't know for any of you guys who are on right now, we started about a year ago, maybe a little bit more, inviting everyone to send us their donation pages and landing pages or whatever type of donation form you have. You can join our critique. Oops, sorry, I didn't change that link on the site, on the slide, but I have it here. So you can use this link that I dropped in the chat to register for our donation page throwdown webinar and live critique. And so I'll be giving a little bit of just information about do's and don'ts for a donation form, what's trending now, what you need to have on your donation form, what's helpful to make that conversion. And then I'm going to open it up for everybody to share their own donation forms in the chat, and I'll do a live critique of everybody's donation form. So it's going to be fun. And I love seeing everybody's forms when we do this type of webinar. So definitely sign up for that. We have 5 minutes, but I will just do a brief introduction for our incoming speakers. So again, we're going to now take a look at fundraising secrets revealed with applying capital campaign solicitation strategies for boosting your major gifts. And I am thrilled that I'm joined with two capital campaign gurus, I guess you could say, Melissa Sace and Kevin Wallace. Melissa Sace is capitalcampaignCouncil.org vice president and partner. And so she has years of experience in media and public relations, as well as nonprofit communications. And so she right now with campaignCouncil.org, she assists organization with pursuing expansion goals and capital campaigns. And Kevin Wallace is the president of capitalcampaignCouncil.org, specializes in capital campaign planning and management, and he has over 20 years of capital campaign experience. So with his company since 2003, they've conducted more than 80 capital campaign planning studies across the country and have raised over $200 million. So they are very knowledgeable, very experienced, and I am just so thrilled to have them here with us today. So welcome, Melissa. How are you?
Doing well. How are you, Jenna?
Good, thanks. So nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you too. I don't see Kevin yet. Do you see him?
Not yet, but I'm sure
okay.
he's on his way.
He's on his way. There he is. He's showing up now.
Showing up. So
good.
Let him know. I introed him a little early.
Right.
But, yeah, I think some people will be joining now. We just finished two webinar topics on major gifts. So you are our third presentation of the day here, and
Great.
We've learned a lot so far, and I'm so excited to hear what you have to say about applying a capital campaign strategy to major giving. Hi, Kevin, welcome.
Hey there.
Thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen for you, and then I'm going to give you the mic, and we can, I'll pop back in whenever you're ready for Q&A.
Okay.
It's all yours. The floor is all yours.
Great. Well, we're so great to be joining with you, and just thanks for partnering with us with us on this. exciting topic. For major gifts, lots of nonprofits maybe haven't explored this before. And so I think your half-day workshop is a great introduction for people.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope people are getting a lot out of it. So yeah, everybody give Melissa and Kevin a great welcome, some emojis, and we'll get going.
Great. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. There we go. So hopefully you're seeing us there. Hello to everyone jumping in. Rocket ship, yes, let's fly to the moon today for sure. Great. Well, great. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get us started, Melissa, but I'm gonna go ahead and turn my video off because I have the great luxury of living in a fairly rural place in southern Arizona, and well, with that comes not such dependable internet connection. So I'll keep my my load on the system to a minimum. But we're super happy to be joining you all today. Melissa and myself, and we've got another team member, are capital campaign consultants. We work around the nation, and what we do is pretty straightforward. We help nonprofits raise capital, typically millions and millions of dollars, in help of them achieving their vision. So, like I said, I'm down in southern Arizona. Melissa's over in the Albuquerque area, and usually jumping on planes. In fact, I'll get on a plane later on today to go to Southern California and work with a really fun new client down there that does some amazing work with non-speaking autistics, and we're helping them with a capital campaign project. But anyway, enough of that. Let's go on to our objectives for today's meeting. Identifying your fundraising priorities is step number one, and then how to create strategies. And again, these are major gift fundraising strategies that we know to work because we do them every single day. And these strategies will help you fill in any fundraising gaps that you might be experiencing. And then to use these tools to establish brave new fundraising approaches that you can use year after year. Let's go over to Melissa, who's going to take us through our agenda.
Sure. So we're essentially approaching this process as if you're doing a mini campaign, like a capital campaign, but going for those major gifts, really to help you. And you can think about it in terms of compensating for maybe a reduction in events or a shift or gap in your fundraising, or just to set up the process that will really jumpstart you into major gift fundraising. And as you look at these items on our agenda today, you may think, well, those are the standard elements of any fundraising process. And you'd be right. But today we're going to focus on how each of these are used in a capital campaign and how you can use them for a major gifts campaign. So we're going to look at setting a goal for this specific campaign, identifying prospects for this specific effort, creating materials, using those materials to educate and cultivate these prospects that you've identified, and then using capital campaign solicitation and stewardship strategies to reach your big goal. So let's get started with our first item, which is setting the goal. First, I want to talk a little bit about special events. And of course, for nonprofits, special events have an important role. They build awareness, they build loyalty, they create fun. However, often you might see a low return on investment when you think about all the hours that you, your staff, your volunteers pour into planning and implementation of these events. You may find the return is not as vibrant as you'd like it to be. Capital campaign strategies take far less time and are typically able to yield more money for you. And so that's why it's important to consider this strategy, especially if major gift fundraising is not something you've tried before, and if you're looking to do something different than an event. So when setting your goal, the first thing you want to think about are your fundraising gaps. So have you canceled or adapted events? Is your established event returning less and less on the work that you're putting in? And how are those gaps affecting other things? So is your operating budget suffering because that's typically where funds from your gala go? Or are you an alumni association and your fundraising is low because your golf tournament hasn't recovered yet from COVID? So in setting your goal, think first about those gaps that you need to fill, and think about a specific goal that you can tie a campaign to that ties to those gaps. And then next, you want to think about it in the way that we think about it during a capital campaign, which is, what is your greatest need, and how does filling that need advance your mission and improve your community? So once you've identified that need, that becomes your basis for your case for support. And your case for support is your rationale for your campaign. So that's the written form of your vision for this fundraising project. And it's tied to what need are you addressing, and how will meeting that need move your mission forward. So we'll talk more about the case for support as we move forward, but we just want you to start thinking in your head about setting that goal. Where are your gaps, and how does filling that need advance your mission and improve your community? And so next, we're going to move on and talk about identifying the prospects that are going to go along with this project.
Thanks, Melissa. And so we've set our goal. Now we're going to start taking a dive into our database. Hopefully you've all got a database. And we're going to realize that within the database, and that, we've worked with nonprofits that have had as few as, less than 100 donors to tens of thousands of donors. Look at them as individuals, not as a homogeneous grouping of, quote unquote, donors. And we want to do that because we want to clearly message and clearly solicit each of these prospective donors differently. Let's take a look at how we in Capital Campaigns group or segment our donor population: frequency, size, what they like giving to, so what they designate they're giving to, and then the type of access that we have to them. Now, access in general fundraising, where you're doing direct mail appeals and or social media / internet appeals, it's the donor's choice. They can give $50, they can give $500, etc. There really is no personal connection that is needed for that type of fundraising. This model is different, though. We're going to be talking about making asks of $10,000 and higher. These are personal asks. They're not just kind of sent out there. And with regard to access, we know we've got a lot more success when we match the person in our prospect that we're hoping to solicit, when we match that person with a solicitor who is a peer. And we're going to talk about that in much more detail a little bit later on. Under identifying prospects, we can do what we call wealth screening on existing and or potential new prospects. First off, let's take a look at your existing prospects. We can use the same segmentation tools through wealth screening. Again, frequency, size, designation, and access. There's tons of data out there for sale, and we're going to spend a little bit more time talking about that in just a minute as to how you can use those tools to help segment your existing donor base. But then on the acquisition side, and it doesn't really matter if you're just looking for a couple of huge donor prospects or if you're looking for thousands and thousands of prospects, you can do that using wealth screening tools. The size of your prospect pool is going to depend on your goals. So if you're just looking to raise a couple $100,000, maybe you only need a few hundred people. Maybe you only need to identify a few hundred prospects. And then if you've got a much larger goal, then that gets a little bit more challenging. We'll talk about that some in more detail as well. So what is wealth screening? It is simply an immense data mining platform, an immense data mining software that pulls from public and private platforms. Where do you start with this? So some of your CRMs, your customer relationship management databases are going to have it. So if you're working in Razor's Edge, you can do wealth screening straight through Razor's Edge. What we do is we purchase access to wealth screening, and the company that we use is called iWave. Another thing that you can do is you can subcontract out wealth screening. There are firms out there that have different publication or subscriptions to different software and or access to different types of records, and they will do the wealth screening for you on a per prospect basis. The information that you're going to need in order to either do it yourself or sub it out, quite frankly, the more information you've got, the better. So if all you've got is, Sue Jones and she lives in St. Louis, Missouri, there's going to be a lot of Sue Jones there. So what you need to do is you need to hopefully have a city and maybe an address and or telephone so that the software that you're using can really start to minimize the number of prospects. And if you don't have that, you don't know what the address is, you need to do some sleuthing around on your own. We suggest using LinkedIn and or whitepages.com. And you can also get some of this information from speaking with your board members. Lastly, how do we use this type of information? Frequency, size, designation, and access, of course. And then we want you to be able to take this information and be able to integrate it into your existing database. For some of you, that might not be possible because you don't have a whole bunch of different fields that you can input this data into and or sort this data from. And you're going to have to consider kind of upping the game a little bit with your CRM. One of the things I do want you to consider, though, when you're identifying prospects, and this comes to their capacity, how much can they give? You should get enough prospects in your database for 2.5 times your goal. So, for example, if you're raising $500,000 and that's your gap you're trying to fill, you should identify about $1.25 million worth of prospects in there. And again, you do that through the size of gift that you think that they can give. Identifying new prospects, looking more deeply into this side of donor acquisition. There are endless filters that we can put on it. All right. So whether you're doing it on your own or you've subbed it out, you can go by age, sex, religion, all sorts of demographics. And of course, you can also do it by frequency, size, designation, and looking at your access to it. Well, you need to plan this out. So select a software or a subcontractor based on your goals and also the organization or individual's data mining capabilities. Think about who you want in your database. So if you're down on the Gulf Coast and you're like, well, we know that there are some oil barons down here who we believe our best prospect would be under 50 years old, then yeah, go out there and look for that prospect. Give those limiting factors. Either put it into your search screen or ask your subcontractor to look in that narrow of a prospect. But this approach is useful for both big and small nonprofits. If you're small, you're going to want to look to to prospective donors who have given to similar organizations or similar nonprofits, and you can find this in annual reports or on donor walls. And quite often when we're working in iWave, the substantiating information that they're going to have is a annual report or a list of donors, or sometimes within 990s. Good example is, let's say if you're a food bank and your annual appeal is kind of gone flat. So you're going to hire somebody to go out there and generate 1,000 new prospect names for you. And so you give them 2 to 3 zip codes to work in if you're in a relatively large community. And you say, listen, we want to get people who have supported human service philanthropies in the past, like let's say a hospital or a church or child welfare. And then those can be the screens that are put in place to get you to the 1,000 prospects that you want. Few things to note about wealth screening. Is it ethical? Absolutely. It's out there. It's for sale. Not everybody, but most nonprofits are using it, and it works. I want to stress confidentiality, though, especially we'll talk a little bit later about using this information with your board members. Everybody just needs to keep it tight and keep it in the room, because the information is in depth, and a lot of times folks out there just don't know that it's even accessible. So it can kind of turn people off. So it is ethical. What about reliability? For the most part, yeah. Now with donor advised funds, or maybe companies that aren't directly tied to a prospect's name, they're not going to come up in these searches unless you get super creative and can go, backwards and forwards and sideways with your searches. Usually people's wealth is underestimated rather than overestimated. And this is especially true for exceptionally wealthy people. There is, however, one common overestimation with a wealth indicator, and that is land. If you're in a rural part of the country like I am, and somebody owns, 2,000 acres, on paper, they're going to be exceptionally wealthy. However, that's not liquid. That's, that's land. So in those instances, it's going to overestimate. The cost for acquiring new donor prospects, anywhere from about 20 cents per record to $2 per record, depending on if you have a subscription to software or if you're subbing it out. Again, I can't stress enough, a very good CRM is going to be essential in this, because you got to be able to put this data somewhere, and you want to be able to pull it back up quickly. So make that investment in a good customer relationship management tool. I want now to talk a little bit about board input. This is a great way to strengthen your prospect list and also help to segment it. In capital campaigns, we have, going back to confidentiality, confidential meetings with board members regarding new prospects. Give us some names of some people that you think would be interested. How much money should we be asking for them? What do they like giving to? Do we have access to them? We're going to dive more into that here in just a minute. And also, what's their motivation? Basically, the motivation for donors falls under a couple of different categories. Is it straight out benevolence? Is it ego? Is it legacy? Is it peer pressure? You want to kind of weave all that in there so that you can make the best ask possible. And personal knowledge coming from your board is actually incredibly valuable. And just to give you a quick example, I was in one of these meetings a couple of years ago, and somebody had shown up very high on a wealth screen, and we were thinking about asking this individual for hundreds of thousands of dollars, but somebody on the board gratefully knew that he had just recently filed for bankruptcy. And of course, that was not going to show up in a wealth screen because it had happened too recently. So personal input and just strategies from your board are incredibly valuable here. So if you're growing, if you're segmenting and or growing your prospect list to make up for lost revenue, I want you to call a special board meeting, not on a regular board meeting, because you need time and you need to elevate the importance of this. So we're going to have a special board meeting, next month, and it is specifically to address growing our prospect base. when you're in the meeting, right out of the chute, stress confidentiality so that your board is comfortable discussing this sensitive information. And then you kind of throw up an existing prospect list to them. I don't care if it's small. Again, if you've only got 60 donors in your database, throw up those 60 names. If you've got tens of thousands, then you need to do a segmentation based on access and also probably giving capacity. Then to that list, we hopefully have already wealth screened it. But you know what? Hold on to that information on your own, because wealth screens can really get pretty complicated with the number of fields that are in there and the amount of data that's given. So I want you to hold on to the wealth screening information, but you're kind of using it to interject other ideas. And then with the existing prospects or other names that people are coming up with, you just start to whiteboard them. You're writing down names, you're writing down companies, you're writing down foundations, and you're brainstorming on the connections that you have to them or other individuals that are connected to those organizations or foundations that have giving capacity. So then you get all this information, you compare your wealth screening data to your board input, and then you assign preliminary, very important, preliminary ask amounts. You'll always have time to refine that, but you want to say, all right, should we be asking Jenna for $10,000 or $100,000? And a board member's like, we should ask Jenna for $100,000. Okay, write that down. And then you also, when you're doing this, keep in mind, it's always okay to ask for too much. You can back away from that. You know, Jenna, we're asking you for $100,000. We have no idea to know if that's way too high or way too low, but we'd like you to consider that gift, because if Jenna has way more capacity than that, you can't recover from asking her for far too little. You can recover from asking for far too much, but please make sure that your asks are in line with their capacity and not too low. So once we get the ask amounts down, then we're going to review our prospect list for access. That is, who on our board or within our staff is capable of making this ask? Are they a peer of this individual? Has the solicitor made a similar sized gift to this individual? We're going to talk a little bit more about that later, and also how you can recruit more people onto your committee that can improve your reach, i.e. they can get to more people. This is an art, i.e. what is your nonprofit's mission? What are your values, and what is your vision for creating more revenue? And this is a science. We're using wealth screening. We're using board input. We're looking at ask amounts. We're looking at access and all these other important things. So hopefully that gives you a good idea and different tools that you can use in order to identify prospects. Let's go back over to Melissa now to look at materials.
So once you've identified who you want to approach, then we move into creating materials that we'll share with those prospects you've identified. So unlike a shotgun approach that might be used in some types of fundraising, where one message is going to your entire population of donors, capital campaigns and major gift campaigns focus on a specific goal and a specific group of prospects. So as you likely know, the goal for a capital campaign is typically a building or purchasing a piece of land, a renovation. We can apply those same principles that go to fundraising for those types of things. And that's setting your goal, defining your prospects, like we've already discussed. And it includes the materials that we need to create a fundraising project that helps you bridge those gaps or get started with a major gift fundraising effort. So, for example, if you need to raise $200,000 to meet a shortfall, the materials that you create using this process will relay a cohesive message about that need and about that specific project that you've clearly defined and refined using these communication strategies and channels that we're going to talk about. So you're going to begin by writing a case for support, which we touched on earlier. And this is specifically a case for this project itself. This case becomes the backbone for all your solicitation tools that you'll use going forward. In capital campaigns, the consultant typically helps you create this case for support through what they learn through the feasibility study. So they're going out and talking to donors and prospective donors, finding out what they like, dislike about the organization, about the project, about their interests in supporting it. Typically, that's woven into the case so that when you go out to make those asks, the case really resonates with your donors. You can do this on your own too, in a more manageable way for yourself by kind of following these steps. So define your goal. So we talked about the goal at the beginning. We want to further define and refine that objective. Really think about the need and the benefit to the community. So really flesh it out. You might want to form a small committee, 3 to 5 people from your administrative team or from your board to give you feedback and to help you with the process. And you want to select people for that committee who really love your mission, who understand philanthropy, who are coachable and willing to commit to the process. So this is a working committee that would meet every few weeks, just while you're setting the groundwork for these materials. So once you define that goal and created some ideas around it, you want to test that goal. You want to speak to 3 to 5 of your established donors or your top prospects and ask them to sit down and meet with you virtually to talk through what you're trying to accomplish in light of the need that you've established and how filling that need improves your community. You want their feedback, positive and negative, that you can think about and then weave into your case for support. And by doing this, you can really create a case that resonates with your donors. So when you go out to make those asks, you've already thought about the things that will be important to them. So in testing the goal, you're trying to answer for yourself questions that come back to need. So how does your organizational need transform into community benefit? How will achieving your fundraising goal impact your community? And how would your community be hindered if you don't reach your goal? So if you're testing your goal and ultimately your case with these kind of questions in mind, with a few of your established donors, that will help you get really a good, honest outside perspective on what you're doing and what you're working towards and really strengthen your case. And remember, in speaking to these donors or potential donors, you're not asking for them for money during this process. You're just developing your case for support, and you're simply asking them for their advice. So with all that information gathered, with the work done by your small committee, you write your draft of your case for support. The structure of that is typically a background section about your organization, its history, its mission. Then a section on your challenge, quantify where you are, your present services and financials, and then where you need to be. And then a solution, how will you address the challenge? So you'll quantify your goal, those future events that you'll provide and the financials to go along with them, and then qualify how reaching this goal is going to further your mission and improve your community. And once that case for support is complete, you'll review it with your full board because you really want to build buy-in with them for this project that you're undertaking. And then that case for support becomes the backbone for the materials that you'll develop to use during your solicitations. So let's talk about those solicitation materials. These are going to help you make strong in-person and virtual asks. We're going to talk more specifically about the asks as we move forward, but these are the materials that you'll need to have on hand for making those asks. And these are the tools that are really vital to capital campaigns, but that will also be extremely effective for a major gift campaign. So we like to have a video when we're raising these types of funds in this type of way. You'll use your case for support to draft a video script that will help you clearly and concisely paint the picture of need for your organization. You'll come back to those 3 elements that we talked about in the case, lay out your background, dive into your current challenge, and then wrap up with your solution and how it fills a need in your community. And this doesn't have to be a long or high budget video. It can be done very simply, no more than 5 minutes, but something that can be shared that is consistent and expresses the need and the challenge and the solution for those prospects that you're going to be reaching out to. It's really the best way to clearly and concisely state your case. You'll also consider a brochure, and this will be a brochure that's specific to this project. So this will also use your case for support, and it can be presented to a donor during an in-person ask or mailed as a follow-up after a virtual ask. Just like the video, it can be simple in design and format. It would have those same elements that we talked about, the overview, the challenge, the solution, in a concise and clear way with text and visuals that will just help you further explain what you're working towards with this campaign. You'll also want to have an ask letter. So this is a letter that states your case briefly and includes that targeted ask for each donor that Kevin talked about. So that comes back to the well screening and the board conversation. Each of your prospects will have a specific ask that you're going to discuss with them. And again, this is presented during an in-person ask, or if necessary mailed following a virtual ask. To go along with that, you might have a gift plan. And so as we've said, in capital campaigns, you don't make open-ended asks. You're asking for a specific amounts. So you might say, would you consider a $20,000 gift to this project? Or you might use a gift plan. And in that case, you might say, would you consider a gift in the bronze range? So the gift plan, sets up different names for ranges of gifts. So the highest level is a $1 million plus gift. A gold level is 100,000 to 1 million, those types of things. So this makes it easier if you feel hesitant, or your committee members who are helping you make these solicitations feel hesitant about saying a specific amount, which some people do. It can be easier to say, would you consider a gift in the silver range? And that really helps you to make the best ask you possibly can. And that's what this material is designed to do. So you can effectively get the biggest gift from that prospect that they're willing to consider. You'll also want to have a pledge form. This is a straightforward pledge form, a non-binding document that helps you just secure the gift or the pledge. There really isn't any case for support language in this document. It's very simple, but it's something that you need to have on hand to hopefully have the donor fill out during your in-person ask or mailed after a virtual ask. You might want to also have a FAQ sheet. So this is a supplemental sheet, more information about your organization, about your board, just broader questions that donors might have beyond just the project that you're working on. This won't necessarily pull from your case for support, but it's information that may be important to some donors. So these are all the materials that we like to have on hand when we're making an ask for capital campaigns and major gifts, all pulled from that case for support that you develop with the help of your small committee and your donors and your board. If you're interested in seeing examples of some of these types of materials, case for support, campaign videos, those type of things, you can see those on our free resources page on our website, campaigncouncil.org. So that's it for the materials. Now that those are ready to go, you move into the education and cultivation activities that happen before the solicitation can occur. So before you begin soliciting, you need to spend 1 to 2 months educating and cultivating your prospects. You want them to really know about the project before you ask them to contribute. So your ask shouldn't be the first time they hear about it. Capital campaigns, we use direct mail and sometimes email to do this. We use a newsletter format to send a consistent and controlled message about the project specifically to the identified prospects. So this education just really prepares your prospects for that solicitation. The channels that we use for this newsletter communication is typically direct mail. This is especially important if your prospects are 60 years old and older. This is the best way to connect with them. And we found that some little touches go a long way with the reception of the campaign newsletter. We think that they can help with a major gift campaign newsletter as well. We include a hand-signed cover letter with the newsletter. And we also recommend that you directly address the envelope rather than using labels. And it's kind of these personal touches, along with a first-class stamp rather than metered mail, that have higher open rates for your campaign newsletter. And these touches really kind of elevate what's coming, that an important ask is coming their way, and it elevates the communication. You can take it one step further by including a personal note on the cover letter for that donor too, if you are able to do that. Sometimes we get pushback on these personal touches, and we get it because these take a lot of time and energy. But the bottom line is that the direct mail is the best way to get in front of these prospects and educate them, particularly if they're older. You can send an electronic version of the newsletter after the paper version, but we really have good luck with getting the paper version out there first. Again, it emphasizes that personal nature of the ask that will be coming to them in just a few months. And really, every step of the capital campaign process is designed to elevate the ask. So doing the most personal things that you can do to communicate with your prospects just increase your opportunity for securing a larger gift. Now, if you remember, Kevin discussed building your prospect list. These are the people who are the recipients of these personalized communications. This is not going to your entire donor database. And again, those prospects should be enough to reach about 2.5 times your goal. Frequency, these newsletters can be sent every 4 to 6 weeks, or once you have new information available. So in this type of campaign, you want to stay top of mind with these prospects without overwhelming them or losing momentum. But it is going to be not a long process, but a series of months, and you want to be communicating with them throughout that time up until and beyond their ask. The copy for these newsletters, we keep the messaging short and sweet. We aim for about 600 to 1,000 words total, covering 2 to 3 different topics. This is an example of just a newsletter that we've done, typically 8.5 by 11, 2-sided, front and back, full color. You include things like renderings, pictures, stories, interviews, charts, and graphs, all things that would relate to this specific effort. So everything is reinforcing your case for support for this project. You want to try not to get too repetitive. You want to find different ways to tell the story, different ways to share your case. It could be donor interviews. It could be someone who's receiving help from the organization who might benefit from the project. All different types of ways to share your story. And when thinking about this newsletter approach for your specific funding needs, you want to be sure to highlight that community impact that's created by filling that goal and making that impact in your community. In all your newsletter stories should include that. So with these education and cultivation channels established, you're ready to move on into the next stages of your campaign.
That would be solicitation. And everyone looks forward to this part more than everything else. I get it. And before I start jumping into that, though, and I hadn't even shared this with Melissa yet, but that newsletter example that she pulled up for a cancer treatment facility in, excuse me, in Central Washington, I just saw a really cool story on them. They had, I don't know if it's roughed in or whatever, but the foundation had been poured and the drywall was up for all the different rooms. And what they did is they invited the community in to leave messages for the people that would be utilizing the facility in the future. So there's these beautiful messages and murals on the walls and on the floor from all these individuals in Central Washington that are cancer survivors or family members of people that lost their life to cancer, and just a really, really cool way to bring the community into the success of that capital campaign. So anyway, just a quick side note, because I thought it was heartwarming to see all those families in there drawing on the walls. Solicitation. So much of our work is done. We've set a goal. We've identified our prospects and we've segmented them. We've produced our materials, and our prospects are being cultivated and educated via newsletters. Now, the simplified capital campaign solicitation process, it's inside, outside, top to bottom. So remember that: inside, outside, top to bottom. Inside is your family. It's your staff, your board, your volunteers. Don't overlook or undervalue them. Everyone gets the chance to give. And then outside is your community, whether that just be your town or nation or the world. And when we're on the community side of things, we want to make the largest asks possible early on. This builds credibility and momentum within your campaign. And then remember, these are $10,000 in asks, $10,000 and higher asks. Smaller solicitations will happen later, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Training the committee, I want you to start with just that same group that helped you get your materials ready. That's going to be your core where everything begins. And so we call a special training meeting. And what we're doing is we're reviewing professional solicitation techniques. We didn't make these up. This is what's been done for years and years and years because it works. Step one, you call your assigned prospect to schedule a private meeting with all decision makers. Please do not schedule solicitations in public places. There's just too many things that can go wrong. You have no control over the environment. Somebody spills water, or the waiter, comes in and wants to have a private conversation with the person that you're trying to solicit. Do it in a private setting. If you have to do virtual, okay, but one-on-one is preferable. Step two, get personal. Tell the prospect why you're supporting this project and why it's important to you. So let them know exactly what your feeling is regarding your fundraising intention. Third, show the material. So this is a video and or a brochure that helps you clearly, concisely describe your case for support. Fourth, you make the solicitation. You use this using an ask letter. Please, you've got to be able to leave something behind with the person that you're soliciting. So have it in a nice cover, a letter on your, a letter in your company letterhead, and leave it with them. So you say, Jenna, we'd hope you consider giving a gift of $100,000. Is that something you think you can do? At that point, you have to be quiet. And believe me, it is super hard to be quiet because sometimes those pauses after the actual solicitation can feel like they last forever, but they don't. Eventually, you're going to get an answer. And oftentimes people are really frightened about the possible answers that they're going to get. So I'm going to make it a lot easier on you here. There are only 4 possible answers. Number one, the person that you're soliciting says, no, thank you. You've got a couple of choices. You can dig into that a little bit if you want to. But remember, you've just delivered them your best pitch. You've given them all the vision and all the feelings that you can pack into it. And if they've said no, it's also appropriate to say, you know what, I so appreciate your time. Thank you, and excuse yourself. So no, that makes it sad, but guess what? It's not all that bad because sometimes you're going to get a maybe, and that maybe is really a no, but you're going to spend months trying to discern whether it's a no or a maybe. And so don't look down, don't be too bummed out about no's. Yes, woohoo! Don't high five people. Just pull out your pledge redemption form and hand it to them and sign it and thank them, and be on your way. The third one is that maybe. So the individual that you're soliciting says, you know what, we appreciate you coming here and we need to think about it. Really important here, set a follow-up date. Do not give them the pledge form yet. Hold on to the pledge form. Say, I'm going to come back. When's a good time? How long do you need to decide? Well, I need a couple of weeks. All right, let's put this date on our calendar. 2 weeks, I'm going to come back here and give you the pledge form and we're going to fill it out together. Make a firm date. Otherwise, you just keep on kicking the can down the road. So that's the third. There's yes, I'm sorry, there's no, there's yes, there's maybe. And then the fourth one is they offer a lower amount. I've asked Jenna for $100,000. She comes back and says, no, I can do 50. I've got 2 choices here. I can either go with it and say, okay, great, I'm going to take the 50. Or I can say, you know what, Jenna, I'm not quite ready yet I didn't expect you to make a decision right now. Can we schedule a follow-up meeting and I'll bring the pledge form, then you can, and the only reason that you would do that is if you think upon reflection, Jenna is going to give you more money. If you think that Jenna's firm with that, get the pledge, pull out the pledge form and get her to sign it. So we train our committee and then they practice on one another. Please practice, 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 and make the asks real. When you're practicing on your fellow committee members, it's a real ask. Those committee members need to make a personal gift prior to making any solicitations out in the community. So now we're going to talk a little bit about assigning ask amounts. Remember, we've already done it through wealth screening. We've already ID'd some prospects with our board. We're going to reassess this on personal knowledge. Again, remember that bankruptcy story. How is their business doing? You know, we were dealing with some car dealerships that were potential donors to some campaigns during COVID. Man, car dealers made a ton of money during COVID, and they were exceptionally flush, and there was no way that was going to be reflective of their past giving or their wealth screening. So use timely data. Have they made other gifts to other organizations? Remember, again, you can walk back a big ask, but you can't walk back a small ask. And I'll give you a quick example of that. We were doing a campaign and we were asking an individual for a $25,000 gift. And the individual's response to that solicitation was, "Whoo, I thought you guys were going to ask for a lot of money because, you know, this reminds me of last month's Neiman Marcus bill." So we had completely lost out on an opportunity there, because if you're paying Neiman Marcus for $25,000 worth of shopping in 1 month, you can certainly give a nonprofit a little bit more than that. Assigning solicitors, coming back to who's going to make that call and who's going to be present during the solicitation, peer-to-peer, all right? The solicitor has to have made a gift similar to a similar size than he or she is asking of the prospect. That's one criteria we're looking for. Another one is their family or a close friend, but please make sure that the committee member is comfortable doing this. Oftentimes we say yes, but really then we start thinking about, you're like, no, I don't want to ask my father-in-law for a gift. We try and meet both criteria, so peer-to-peer, family or close friend. If you can't, this is when we come around to building our committee. Oftentimes we've got to recruit in more people in order to make good asks. So somebody has made a donation. Please don't recruit them onto your campaign committee until they've given and until that donation matches with their personal capacity. So you asked them for 100,000, they gave you 100,000. You've got the signed pledge form. That's the time to bring them on to your committee. Family solicitation. Remember, we said inside, outside, top to bottom. So this is the inside. It includes staff, board, and volunteers. We typically do board. Well, it kind of depends on the size of the organization and the size of the campaign, but we like to do one-on-one solicitations with the board and the administration. That just gives us practice. Volunteers and staff can be done in groups and or by departments, but we give everyone the chance to give to us. So please don't overlook your staff. If they don't want to give, they can tell you that, but you certainly want to build a culture of philanthropy within your organization. Once we're done, we go to external solicitations. So now we're moving outside the family. We're still making one-on-one asks. We're using our training. We're using our tools. And we're making, remember, top to bottom, we're making the biggest asks early if we have the right access, if we've got the right person to be making solicitations. Take your time. You need to make the best ask you can. You need the right solicitor, because each time you make a bad ask, each time, well, it's easy to tell a stranger no, number one, and or it's easy to give somebody that's not a peer a go away gift. So, you know, you've got $100,000 capacity, somebody you barely know is asking you for that, you give them $5,000, that's a go away gift. Each time you make a bad ask, you're losing money and you're adding time to this process. So we've made internal solicitations, we've made external personal solicitations. Next, we move into external group solicitations and or direct mail. So you don't, please do not do this until you've reached 90% of your goals. So if you're raising $1 million, you've got over $900,000 pledged. This is when it's okay to start sending out direct mail solicitations, open up online giving, do some advertising in your local newspaper and or radio, get some PR out there. Go ahead and make a group ask of your Rotary or some other social group. This is also a time when if somebody has not yet made a decision, you can go back and try and close it. And or maybe somebody gave you what you considered to be a go away gift, and now you've got a better committee member on there, and you go back with that better committee member and say, hey, we've just about wrapped this thing up. Would you please consider making a larger gift to us? We love and are so appreciative of the existing gift, but can you add a little bit to it? So repeat this. The length of time it takes you to complete your fundraising is directly tied to how well you did in each of the previous agenda items that we've listed. So you've had good training and good practice. You've made the right assignments. You've recruited people on your committee if you need to get more access to wealth. Your family has given. Everyone has had the opportunity. You're making professional asks of your top prospects until you're within about 10% of your goal. And then finally, you give everybody the opportunity to give. All right, solicitations are done. Now we're going to move on to being great fundraisers, and we're going to talk about stewardship. Every donor deserves to be thanked and recognized, and we should do this in a timely manner. We talked earlier about the benefits of a good CRM. It can really help you with stewardship. For example, it can give you ticklers about, hey, have you sent the thank you letter to the Joneses for their gift? And if you haven't, then you're being reminded to do that. And by the way, within 1 week of every gift, you should be sending a thank you and hopefully a handwritten thank you. Also, pledge reminders. So let's say you're actually doing a project that you're allowing people to make multiple year or monthly pledges or quarterly pledges. A good CRM is going to allow you to put that data in there so that your pledge reminders go out on time, go out consistently, because believe me, if you're not reminding somebody of their pledge, they're going to forget you and they're going to go on to another project or another donor. So you have to stay top of mind with your pledges. Also, let's say you've done something where you've provided some type of naming opportunity within your fundraising goal. Let's say we're doing an improvement to our children's section in our library, and we're going to allow people to name some bookshelves or a play area, etc. Fantastic. If somebody buys the naming rights to your play area, you got to put that in your CRM so you don't forget it. I mean, this data, there's going to be so much data out there just wandering around that you really want to make sure you got your hands around it, and including special instructions within your CRM. Finally, I want you to share your success. You've done something awesome. You've hit your goal. You've improved. You've created a vision. You've achieved that vision, and you're going to forward your mission because of your success. So by all means, send out another newsletter. Yay, we did it. Do some PR within your community. Let people know that through their generosity, you've gotten there. And through that, and by getting there, this is exactly how we're going to improve the lives of the people that we touch. So don't forget, make sure as quickly as possible, thank your donors, and then steward them through pledge reminders and or naming opportunities or whatever they might have within special instructions. And then once you've hit and or exceeded your goal, then get out there and tell everybody thank you. So wrapping up, methodologies are not something that our team made up. These have been proven, they've been used for decades. And if you follow the steps, you can meet your fundraising shortfalls. A couple of things I want you to remember: please be brave. Fundraising is hard work, but it's essential and it's so very rewarding. So get out there and be brave. Allow for about 2 months for the first 3 steps. So that's setting your goal, identifying your prospects, and creating your materials. And then allow another 3 to 4 months for the last 3 steps. Again, this is, let's say we're raising south of $2 million. Once you start needing to raise more than that, and unless you're really, really experienced in doing it, you're going to probably want to bring on a specialist, somebody like our firm or other firms that can help you through it, because at this point you're looking at not just fundraising for 6 or 8 months, but for 12 to 18 or 24 or more months. Having a professional there can be very, very beneficial to you. So that is it. I look at my watch and we've got a little bit of time for some questioning. So Jenna, I will hand this back over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin and Melissa. I just want to say, we talk a lot of time about the theory of things and the preparation of, going out, but we don't talk about making the ask. And I thought that part of your presentation was really, really refreshing and insightful for me. I know there was one question, just a really quick thing, the gift plan. That's one of those things, is that available in your free resources online? A sample of that? When you mentioned writing out a gift plan, Lori is asking, do you have an example of that? Otherwise, Lori, you're going to get the slide deck. So
Yeah, I think we've got one, don't we, Melissa?
We have a, it's not exactly like that gift plan, but it's kind of building your plan of what your campaign will need to raise. That is in there. But you'll have that example there with the slides. So that should be able to help you. And then there is a gift chart builder that you can look at too. It's a little bit different, but it does help you, really envision what you're going for.
Yeah. Susan is wondering, when is an org ready for an external group direct mail solicitation? I don't know if she.
So if she's talking about the different steps that we're going through, and if you've got, let's say, $1 million goal, and you've raised over $900,000 of it, and you've still got plenty of prospects that you can hit that goal, that's when you can move into direct mail. And oftentimes, and we're always, I shouldn't say always, but we so often get pushback because nonprofit organizations that are used to raising funds through events, that's what they like to do. They want to plan parties and they want to go out there and mingle with their friends and have hors d'oeuvres. And I get it, that's fun. It's not the most effective way to fundraise, and you should not do that until you're this close to your goal. So again, looking at your prospect list and saying, all right, I've got enough people in here. If I do a direct mail, I'm going to get about a 5 to 7% return. That's going to kick me over the top. Plus, I've got some other gifts sitting over here that I can close to get us there. So the big takeaway is, please don't go into that phase until you are sure you're going to hit your goal.
Thank you for that insight. Jeannie O'Keefe, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. She says, we are a fully remote national nonprofit with donors around the country, so pretty much all meetings are virtual. Should we share a PowerPoint or the materials in the meeting, or just have a conversation and email after? Yeah,
and remember I was talking to you earlier about the non-speaking individuals with autism. That's a nationwide campaign that we're doing. Obviously, a very specialized, small population of individuals that we're trying to impact. And what we will do is we're just in the feasibility study right now of helping them identify prospects. It's going to be a little bit more on the major gift side, on the a little bit foundation heavy with all of that. Plus, we have thus far been able to identify several individuals that are giving specifically to this population. What we're going to do on that is depending on the size gift that we're going to be asking them. So if this is a $500,000 and up capacity donor, get on a plane and go out there, assuming that they're going to take a personal meeting, get on a plane and go out there and meet with them. And even if it's anywhere in the six figures, and you just cannot make a good ask like this. I'm sorry. I love virtual meetings. It opens up so many more opportunities for all of us, but I can't read your body language that well. I can't tell if you're, right now you can't tell I'm looking at my phone, but if during a solicitation, you absolutely know when somebody's looking at their phone and completely disinterested in what you're saying. So set yourself a criteria. And even if you're a small nonprofit that doesn't have a lot of capacity, getting out there in person, because believe me, other nonprofits are going there and meeting with these top philanthropists in person. So you got to compete.
Exactly. Yeah. And Mary was just, thank you for everything, enjoying the steps for solicitation. So just Jeannie's follow up. So no advice for the virtual meetings, I guess.
Oh, as far as sharing the materials, we would typically share materials over, screen share.
I'm sorry.
Thing.
Totally
share the video. Yeah, if you are doing a virtual meeting, you would share those things during that virtual meeting, and then you may follow up with some kind of mailing or emailing of materials. So yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Thanks. And I know you had mentioned a little bit about pledges, like the pledge form and such, and how that's really great to, do it in person, hard copy. I just wanted to take the opportunity, since you had mentioned it, just to mention how CauseVox can partner with a capital campaign consultancy, something like campaigncouncil.org, in terms of actually receiving the gifts if you wanted to make them automatic. We have a really, really easy way for you to optimize for pledges over time. You can create any number of tiers, right? We talked about the gift plan and such. So if you want to do it, recognition-based, impact-based, title-based, our form will automatically break down that specific amounts payments over time between 3 and 60 months. We do have options for less than 12 months. Also annually over 2 and 5 years. So once that first installment payment is processed on the form, they will be automatically charged thereafter until the pledge is fulfilled. So you don't have to worry about them forgetting about you. This is one of our organizations doing an over $3 million, campaign project, capital campaign project. So I just wanted to explain a little bit about that. If you needed a resource, you needed a form to take online gifts or to take your pledges, doing a pledge automated form can be very helpful. Any other questions I know we hit 3 o'clock Eastern here, but I know that Melissa and Kevin are here. So just in case you had any questions other than that, then if something comes up later, please feel free to reach out to them, campaigncouncil.org. I can also share, their emails. Please let us know again if you have any questions. But thank you so much, Kevin and
Thank
Melissa.
you. So great to be with you. We hope that everyone takes something away that they can use, that they can just feel more confident into going into a major gift campaign or thinking about that process. There's a process out there that you can follow, and you can be confident in moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Awesome.
Great.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day, Kevin and Melissa, and whatever you choose to do.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to welcome Rachel, who's joining us. Hi, Rachel.
Hello there. How are you?
Good, good. We're just wrapping up here now. I don't know where my slides are, but
I can pull up mine. Don't
I
worry, I
guess
can pull
we'll
up mine.
just, oh wait, hold on. I think I remember I made some edits. Let me just open it up real quick. But everyone who's still on with us, I just want to thank you for your time with us today. And I do just want to share my slide deck real quick to wrap us up. Yeah, we started at we started at 12 Eastern. We did like this little half day thing. I just want to thank everyone who's still on with us. Thanks for joining again today, everyone. Again, the slides and recording will be sent to everyone. I was putting these next two webinars that we have coming up, actually. So we have another AI in action webinar, and that's on June 22nd. And I'm going to pop the link in the chat. And then also, oops, I need to send it to everyone. And then we also have another webinar on donation pages. We're going to do a donation page throwdown. So that's going to be really fun. That's going to be on June 27th. So definitely register for that one. And right now, we're going to turn it over to Rachel Muir, who is a CFRE, and she is just an incredible nonprofit fundraising professional consultant. She makes major gifts made easy here. She's going to unlock the path to fundraising success. And yeah, I don't know if you've heard from Rachel at all, but she actually led an email marketing webinar with us like last week or 2 weeks ago. I can't remember.
It was last week. Can you believe it?
It was last week. It seems like ages. Rachel, can you just speak every day?
I know, it's so much fun. Oh my God, was it last week?
I think so.
No, it was the 30th. It was May 30th.
It was
so
very
fun.
right.
Oh, I love talking about.
Fun.
I love talking about email and fundraising.
Yeah. And so I just can't wait to hear what she has to say today. So yeah, everybody just give her some love in the chat and throw some amazing emojis and let's begin. Yeah, it's all the floor.
I love it. Awesome. Well, we will get started here. I'm just going to share my screen, my fundraising friends. I'm super excited to get to be with all of you today. We're going to be talking about major gifts made easy. I've spent my whole career in fundraising, and I absolutely, and if you missed the workshop that I did on email, you can find it on CauseVox's website. I've also just popped in a link. I have a program where I do a workshop every month. So if you're listening to me and you're like, I need more Rachel in my life, check out League of Extraordinary Fundraisers. I just popped the link into the chat. We're going to be talking about major gifts made easy. And I want to tell you, if you've got any questions, anytime, you are welcome to pop those into the Q&A box. We've got time at the end to answer all of your questions. And I am super happy and excited. And this is, I've spent like so much of my career in fundraising. And I absolutely love fundraising, and I love major gifts, especially because major gifts give you the opportunity to have a really deep, personal, intimate relationship with someone, to get to know how they want to make the world a better place, and then to bring them opportunities to do exactly that. So it's one of my favorite types of fundraising. Don't forget, type your questions into the Q&A box. And your questions, I'll be sure to answer them at the end. I'm going to talk about what major gifts are and how to get them, how to build and prioritize a portfolio. And what a portfolio is a qualified list of prospects that you are asking for a donation, that have given you large gifts, that you're cultivating over time. We're going to talk a little bit about how to build one and how to prioritize it. I'm going to talk about some of my favorite strategies to get your foot in the door, and also strategies to deepen relationships with major gift prospects and major gift donors. And I'm going to kick things off by talking about how major gift fundraising is different than any other kind of fundraising. So type into the chat, yay, Marilyn, yay. She loves my webinars and my emails. I love email. And if you aren't already on my email list, get yourself on it, because I send out a lot of really great resources like free webinars like I'm doing today for CauseVox. And I always write an entertaining, well, at least I think I write a very entertaining subject line and an entertaining email. And I'm here to entertain and delight you when it comes to email and when it comes to fundraising. So we're going to start by, yay. Aw, yes, sendcheckit.com is my favorite website to test your email subject lines. I love it. I love it. I love it. I use it like several times a day. And oh my gosh, I love it because it tells you your score. And it tells you how to make your email better also. So we covered that on May 30th. You can go to CauseVox's website to check out that workshop that we did. But I want you to type into the chat if you know how major gift fundraising is different than any other type of fundraising. Type into the chat and tell me what makes it different than any other kind of fundraising, my fundraising friends. Type into the chat if you know what makes it different than other kinds of fundraising. So I'm gonna let you type that in, and I'm gonna answer in just a minute. I'm gonna talk. Okay, Diane said research and cultivation. That's a good point. Not necessarily, but that's a good point. Jean said deeper relationship commitment. These are all great answers. Personal ask, preferably in person, definitely, absolutely. Those are all great answers. Those are also true of planned giving. So I'm still looking for my answer. Please feel free to type it in. I'm going to talk to you about annual giving versus major gifts before we pop on to answering the question of what makes major gift fundraising different than any other kind of fundraising. Annual giving is your end of year appeal. It's typically given out of income. It's a cash gift. It's a quick decision. You don't have to sleep on it. You don't have to move assets. You don't have to talk to your partner about it. It's something that can be done on a first visit. Major gift gives you a visceral joy in making the gift. It requires a personal visit, a face-to-face ask. You are more likely to include your partner in this, at least you should. If you make philanthropic decisions together, you may not make philanthropic decisions together. You may both have your own budget. It may require 2 to 3 visits before you make the ask. It is given out of assets, not disposable income. And it's 10 to 25 times what an annual gift is. So that's a distinction between an annual gift and a major gift. Another thing that is really unique about major gift fundraising is that it is next to monthly giving, and type me if you have a robust, successful monthly giving program at your organization and you give donors, yay, a reason why they should make their gift monthly. Heather, tell us what the name of your monthly giving program is and how many members you have. So next to monthly giving, your best ROI in fundraising is from major gift fundraising. It is really, really great. The next, it's a really, really great ROI. The longer you have, oh, Heroes for Heights, I like it. The longer that you have a great major gift officer or development director who's soliciting donors for major gifts, the better your ROI is going to be. The longer you have a great person, not dead weight, not someone who's always in the office and never out soliciting gifts, or pointing the finger at everyone else why they haven't raised money. Not that person. Fire that person. Hire someone who is great and a natural at building relationships, at making donors feel heard, seen, cared about, loved, valued. That person is going to get you better and better ROI every day. Ooh, every child, every day, from Heidi Markham. So we've got a couple awesome organizations that have a monthly giving program. Okay, so here's my answer. And by the way, if you are enjoying this and you want a little more help from me, check out my League of Extraordinary Fundraisers. We cover a different workshop every month. Last month, we covered plan giving. This month, we're going to be covering how to do a donor survey. I'm sorry, last month we covered capital campaigns. The month before, we covered how to start a planned giving program. Here's what makes major gift fundraising different than any other kind of fundraising. And I mean any other kind of fundraising. Major gift fundraising is the only kind of fundraising that has absolutely no accountability, no timeline, and no deadlines whatsoever. No deadlines. I mean, you could kind of say this about planned giving too. Doesn't have any deadlines. Think about it. Grants have a deadline. You have to submit your application by this date. You have to submit your report by this date. Major gifts, end of year fundraising, your annual fund, it's loaded with deadlines. You've got to have your end of year appeal written by this date. You got to have your spring appeal written by this date. You got to have it to the printers by this date. But major gift fundraising isn't like that. You have to hold yourself accountable. And this is why a lot of people fail at it. This is why a lot of people, there are a lot of, unfortunately, executive directors out there who do not know how to manage a fundraiser and hold a fundraiser accountable to set goals and reach goals. These are all really, really crucial parts of being a fundraiser who is soliciting major gifts. You need to have discipline. You need to have goals set. You need to have accountability. It's not a silver bullet. It is a series of time management behaviors which must be practiced regularly. Okay, it's a series of time management behaviors. It's making phone calls, it's shooting emails, it's sending messages on LinkedIn, it's sending text messages, it's sending video emails. It is doing every single thing you can to get your foot in the door, to get a face-to-face visit, trying easily 7 to 10 times before it actually happens, just to get your foot in the door. It takes thick skin. It takes a lot of dedication and a lot of hard work. And it takes someone who likes a challenge and someone who's really, really motivated by engagement and building relationships with others. Yay, Marilyn is starting a monthly giving program. Good for you. Awesome. So I'm going to talk about some truths in fundraising. Now, this is from, I do not have my handouts uploaded yet, but I will. So stick with me. Check out rachelmayer.com handouts in about 20 minutes. Well, at the end of this workshop, and you can download the handouts. I know that Jenna is going to send them out as well. But if you want them 5 minutes after this, they will be up. Your job as a fundraiser, okay, is to get the biggest gift you can in the shortest amount of time to the greatest joy of the donor. Okay, the greatest joy of the donor. That last part is very, very important. This isn't like shotgun fundraising where we're going to sit down. We haven't shown the donor the need. We haven't cultivated the donor, and we're just going to ask them for $500,000. We're not doing that. That is not to the greatest joy of the donor. But our goal is to be efficient and to be wise in terms of getting the best gift we can in the shortest amount of time, but to the greatest joy to the donor. Yes, Jerry. So Jerry, the late Jerry Panas wrote Asking, which is the best-selling fundraising book of all time. It's a gem. It's worth a read. This is how a lot of people think about fundraising, and maybe they see this beautiful, perfect isosceles triangle at a fundraising conference, and they think, oh, this is what fundraising looks like. And maybe they have a little cherry on the top of major gifts that is planned gifts. In truth, fundraising and your donor file in particular at your organization, and I guarantee you this is true for Sue, this is true for Marilyn, this is true for Heidi, for Bridget, for Jean, for Diane. I would bet that 98% of you do not have a perfect isosceles triangle. You, my friends, have a sombrero. you have a lot of donors giving a little bit and a few donors giving a lot. And the truth about this is because of our actions, not our donors' actions. You have many donors in your file right now, Bridget, who's laughing, who would love to be a major donor, but you have to do something to pluck them out of the field. You have to do something to cultivate them and to inspire them, to get to know them, to inspire them to make a large gift. And major gift donors really do start at the bottom of that sombrero. This is from my friend Lynn Wester. She has a hilarious new podcast with my friend Clay Buck called Fundraising is Funny. And she's the author of the 4 Pillars of the Donor Experience. And she says more than 80% of $1 million donors at Harvard University started with a gift of less than $500. Donors don't start at the top. They start at the bottom. And you likely have everything you need to have a thriving, successful portfolio of major gift donors. You've just got to inspire them to increase their giving. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how to do that. And the first step in doing that is being very, very impeccable with your donor journey. Meaning every interaction that Jenna might have, if she were to land on your beautiful website today and make a donation, every interaction, every email message, any thank you cards, anything that Jenna gets is a thoughtful and intentional journey to thank her, to appreciate her, to cultivate her, to learn about her interests, to learn about her passions, so that you can move Jenna from an annual fund donor to a major gift donor. You're not going to do it being haphazard, last minute, and not thoughtful and not intentional about it. I mean, you don't like plan a trip to Hawaii where you're going to have to fly. I mean, you know, unless you're in San Francisco, like you're going to have to fly a long time, like let's just say at least 8 hours. You're not just going to like get on the plane with your purse, right? Okay. You're going to like pack your swimsuit, you're going to pack your flip-flops, you're going to pack the sunscreen, you're going to bring all the things, and you've got to be thoughtful, intentional about every single piece of communication that your donors are getting from you from the time that they make the gift, to get to know them more, to bring them opportunities to give larger gifts. Relationships are a chain of activities, and they're only as strong as your weakest link. So from your welcome message to stewardship to relationship building to cultivation, you need to think strategically about all of these pieces. If you have been hanging out today thinking that major gift fundraising is just you like turning to a donor randomly on your file and asking them for a 6-figure gift, you might give them sticker shock. You've really got to cultivate them in order to do that. And a good way to do that is to start with a donor portfolio. So type me into the chat if you have a portfolio of qualified donors that you are managing and soliciting major gifts from. Oh, yay, Joanne does. Yay. So I'm going to ask Jean, and I'm going to ask Aaron and Heather to type in and tell me how many donors are in your donor portfolio. Type in the number of donors that are in your donor portfolio. I'm not sure what Devin means by kinda, but I'm inviting Heather, Jean, and Joanne, tell us if you want, and Aaron. Yay. Okay, Jean is working on 45. Joanne has 40. Anybody else? Aaron has 50. Okay, so that is, that is, you can manage if you were working full-time as a major gift officer and you were not also the event coordinator, the grant writer, the volunteer coordinator, the executive director, what other jobs did I leave out? If you're doing one job and your only job is managing major gift donors, you can actually full-time, yay, everyone. Okay, so everyone has reasonably sized portfolios except for Heidi Markham. There's no, a reasonable sized portfolio of qualified donors that you are managing relationships with, visits with, solicitations with is 150. It maxes out at 150 because we cannot manage, Heidi, 375 people. You don't have time in a year to literally visit 375 people. You can have 375 mid-level donors where you're not visiting all of those face-to-face, but you can't do that with 375 donors. So a portfolio is a prioritized caseload of high net worth donors who want to have a deeper relationship with you and who will respond to that by retaining and upgrading their giving. You want to have, I'm a big fan of having a portfolio of your revenue goals and your donor ask goals set on a 12-month calendar. You can totally use Excel for it. That way, you know what month you're asking which donors, how much you're asking them for, and you can see how you're teeing up that ask with cultivation steps to be successful. And that way also, if you have donors that aren't responding, you can move them out of your portfolio. You have to, okay, so I want Heather, Aaron, Marilyn, Jean, I want everybody who is managing a major gift portfolio and now you've told me how many donors are in your portfolio. Do you have an ask goal for those donors of like, in December, I'm going to ask them for 50K. Do you have a goal of what amount and what month you're going to ask those donors for? Say yes, if that is you. Hope you do. Yay, Marilyn. If you don't have a goal, this is where the whole element of there not being real accountability around major gift fundraising, because there isn't, it's grants, you have a deadline. Annual fund campaign, you've got deadlines. You don't really have deadlines for major gift donors. It's up to you to go out and cultivate those people and visit with those people and solicit those people. So that is why it's important that you set ask goals for when you're going to ask them and how much you're going to ask them for. The beauty of doing that is that you know how much you're going to raise and you can set goals. And if your boss comes to you, like, let's pretend like Jenna's your boss, and she says, oh my goodness, Heidi, here's amazing news. First, the bad news, Heidi, our fundraising event was a total flop. We've got to make up $100,000 shortfall. The good news is I believe in you, Heidi, and I think you can do it through major gift fundraising. Just raise another $100,000. If Heidi has a qualified portfolio of donors and she knows how much she's going to ask them for this year and when, the dollar amount and when, and she's maxed it out, she can respectfully push back to Jenna and say, Jenna, I love your confidence in me. Thank you for the compliment. My portfolio is maxed out at stretch goals for all of our major gift donors. Let's put our heads together, Jenna, and think about how else we can achieve this goal. Okay, you're not going to be able to push back realistically on outrageous, unrealistic goals from your executive director or your board chair or your board development chair if you don't have a portfolio. So this is an example of what a portfolio can look like. This is assuming I'm cultivating the cast of Peanuts, the cartoon. We've got Charlie Brown and Peppermint Patty and Woodstock, and let's pretend like I'm an animal care organization. I've got what they did last year, what my goal is this year. I've got like ABC tiers, with my top tier being A and my bottom tier being C. And we've got how they want to be communicated with. And we've got how am I cultivating them each month, and what is my goal for when I'm going to ask them and how much I'm going to ask for. And then I've got actual. So this is just an Excel. Anyone can do this. You can do this yourself on Excel, but this is a really important way to hold yourself accountable when you're doing major gift fundraising and to be able to successfully push back on unrealistic goals from leadership to, like pie in the sky, unrealistic fundraising goals. So you need a portfolio to have realistic projections. You need it to manage other people's expectations, especially your executive director or CEO and your board. You also need it to make sure that your donors are getting love and attention. Like every single month, you need to have a cultivation piece for your donors. You need to plan ahead for losses. Maybe you've got a donor that gets dementia and you can't have them in your portfolio anymore, or be unethical for you to solicit gifts from them. That way you can plan ahead. Who else can I move up? Chaya, feel free to post your questions in the Q&A box. So you might be wondering, Marilyn, to post your questions in the Q&A, who should be in my portfolio? Tell me who to put in here, Rachel. You're going to start by shopping in your own closet before you go out. It's so tempting, I know. And look at like all the donors I haven't met yet. And wouldn't it be cool if Elon Musk gave to me, or Michael Dell, or, you know, the founder of Spanx, I forgot her name right now, or Jeff Bezos's ex-wife. Wouldn't it be cool if they all gave to me right now? Well, you're going to start with who's already giving to you, because as I mentioned, you likely have many donors who are giving to you now who would give more if they knew what amazing, great things their gift could accomplish, and if they had a deeper relationship with you. So we're going to take a hint here from The Jungle Book, one of my favorite movies as a wee kid. This was, I think, the first movie I saw in the movie theater. 2 bare necessities. Okay, 2 bare necessities. Where are my major gift prospects, and who will respond to more cultivation? Where are they? Where do you right now get your best major gift prospects? Type into the chat, and if you've got questions, put them in the Q&A box. But pretty please, and I'm gonna put a cute puppy face to make sure that everyone is motivated. Look, this is Max the dog. He wants you to put your questions in the Q&A box because I'm chatting you up in the chat. So I want you to answer, where do you get your best major gift prospects? Yay, Joanne said adoptive parents who have given previously. Joanne is a major gift officer in Nebraska Children's Home Society, and they create forever families and do lots of other amazing work to support families in crisis and families in need, and all kinds of great services to keep families together and to give them the best start. So where do you get your best? Rebecca said project collaborators. Ellen said local community members. Okay, so maybe you get them through referrals from your board. Maybe you get them from referrals from other organizations. Maybe you get them from referrals. I said other organizations. Maybe you get them from referrals from other donors. I doubt you get referrals from other organizations, but maybe Ellen does or maybe Rebecca does because she's got collaborators. Think about where maybe you get them from direct mail. Maybe you've had great success converting direct mail donors to upgrade into major gift donors. You need to be able to answer that question, my fundraising friends. It isn't just, I want major gift donors, I'm going to go get some. Well, where are you going to get them? You need to understand, where do you get your best ones, and who is going to respond to more cultivation. I love what Heidi said, elevated from mid-level team and also from gift appeals. That is awesome. So all donors are equal as human beings. They really, really are, but they're not equal as revenue sources. And the truth is, some donors that you acquire through an event, for example, will cost you a lot more money to try to cultivate and upgrade than, say, a donor who came to you from a referral from another donor. So you need to be thoughtful and mindful about, what are the strategies that I'm going to use? Like, how am I going to start looking at who my best prospects are? Now, the first step is to prioritize. So here's a tip. Pull a list for the last 3 to 4 years, pick a cumulative gift amount. Now, this is one thing I haven't said so far in this workshop, but that is very important for this workshop, my fundraising friends. And I'm going to invite you to type into the chat and answer me. I want you to know, if you're new to major gift fundraising, you define a major gift at your organization as any gift that is meaningful to you. You get to decide. It's not for me, Rachel Muir, to decide. It's not for Jenna to decide. There is no one size fits all major gift. It is up to you. If you're a small organization, a major gift might be $500 or $1,000. If you're a children's hospital, a major gift to you might be $25,000. Type into the chat and tell me how your nonprofit defines a major gift. $1,000, $5,000, $10,000. It's a major gift is typically asked face to face. It's not always a gift that people are going to answer on the spot. They might take a night to sleep on it. We've got some $1,000, some $3,000, some $1,000. Looks like our biggest one is $5,000. Colleen and Aaron and Allie. And actually Stacy's 10,000. If you like, I'm just going to play devil's advocate. Let's pretend like Heidi, who defines a major gift as $2,500. Let's say Heidi's boss comes to Heidi and says, you know what? No, you're wrong, Heidi. Heidi, a major gift is $10,000. Well, if Heidi has 5 donors giving $10,000, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement that is a major gift. I mean, $10,000 can still be a major gift, but if Heidi has, like, let's pretend like 100 or 200 or 300 donors giving $1,000, that's a good amount to call a major gift. Sometimes people they want to act, highfalutin, if you will, and they do that by saying, oh, now a major gift is going to be defined as $5,000. Very like, the guy on, like the millionaires on Gilligan's Island. I forgot their names. They were so cute. Anyway, like if oh, Lovey, we're going to define a major gift as $5,000, and you only have 3 people giving $5,000. That's ridiculous. Because the truth is, anyone who's giving cumulative $1,000, and if you have like, say, like 100 or 200 or even 300 people giving $1,000, you need to focus on those people and upgrade those people to give more. So I hope that is helpful. Thurston Howell, I think was his name. Ellen said, I think when folks see what we are doing, they get excited. We have great luck with food justice groups within. There are gifts in the hundreds. We'd like to move into the $5,000 to $20,000 range. That's how we got $2,000 grand this year. Yeah, you'd like to move there, but the goal, like, look, it's like, I'm going to take it all back to email, which Jen and I talked about on May 30th, and you should tune into that. Some people get all puffed up like peacocks or something about, like, I have 20,000 people on my email list. Oh, well, guess what? If only 5,000 of those people are active, you have 5,000 people on your email list, not 20,000. Don't get vain about it. The goal isn't to define it as a large amount. The goal is to define it as appropriate amount and upgrade those people. Like, that's the goal. This is why we're here. We're here to raise more money, make donors feel amazing and valued, treasured, and adored, and do more great work to serve our mission. We're not here to be vain. All right. So pull a list, pick a cumulative gift amount, because, some donors might easily give a cumulative $1,000 in a year. And if you just do a single gift amount of $1,000, they're not going to show up on your radar. Look at gift size. Is it going up? Look at their loyalty. Look at their behavioral data. Are they volunteering? Are they coming to events? Any engagement that you have at all with them, those are like ding, 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 people who are willing and would respond positively to having a deeper relationship with you. So I mentioned this especially for Heidi. A human being cannot manage doing this for a living, having face-to-face visits with other humans. You cannot have face-to-face visits with more than 150 people in 365 days. It's not going to happen. There's holidays, there's weekends, people get sick. It's just not going to happen. So max size 150. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how to qualify a donor, and I'm going to give you a few different strategies. And if you are interested in getting more help or training from me, I just popped that link into the Q&A. And I've also got a really great freebie that you can download on Loving on Donors if you're needing some fun ideas for cultivating donors. So I'm going to show you a couple examples. I think I have your example in here, Joanne. These are a couple examples of a pre-call letter to qualify donors. And again, if you have a question, pretty please put it in the Q&A box. So a pre-call letter is a part of a system that you can implement to get donors' attention, roll out the red carpet to them, make them feel like the incredible valued partner that they are to your organization, and set up a face-to-face visit with them. That is what a pre-call letter. It's not an email, it's a letter. You might send a shorter version of this as an email too, but it's a letter. A letter, if you have their mailing address, it's something special that they're getting in the mail. It adds a little oomph, a little zhuzh, a little like, this is something special, a little VIP red carpet that's a prequel to them hearing from you. So, dear Jenna, thank you for all you've done for the blank organization. Every person who supports our organization has a story to tell. We want to understand what you need from us and tell you how you're making a difference. I want to get better acquainted with you, Jenna, and understand how I can best serve you as we impact the lives of blank. I'm committed to giving you every opportunity to learn how your gifts blank, right? It's like, hi, I'm here to serve you. You are a generous, kind soul who's invested in our mission. And I only want to tell you firsthand how your gifts are changing and transforming lives. I want to get better acquainted with you and find out how I can serve you better. Okay, just all about you. This is from Joanne, who's with us on the call. This was a letter that she wrote to introduce herself as executive director and also to invite these people to meet with her. And it says in here, I would love to meet with you in person, virtually, or over the phone to learn about what is important to you and why you so generously choose to support Bethlehem as the place where you share your gifts and talents. Every person who supports our organization has a story to tell about how they got connected to us, and I'd love to hear yours. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's all about the donor. It's all about hearing their story, how they got connected, what's important to them. And this is all happening at their convenience as well. Beautiful send-off, very mission-infused send-off here. And then another important part about this letter is I will be contacting you next week by phone to schedule a visit with you. Okay, this says in whatever manner you prefer because this was during COVID, but this is a prequel because it's sending the letter and it's telling the donor or the prospect in the letter, I'm going to call you next to set up a visit. Here's a link if you want to set it up right now, right? We're just rolling out the red carpet. If you do this, you're more likely to get a response when you pick up the phone or when you send them an email. So do the letter. Then it's going to take phone calls. It's going to take emails. It might take a LinkedIn message. You could easily take 7 to 10 tries for you to actually get a visit. You are a fundraiser. You've got thick skin. You can handle this. So these are some people to qualify: new donors, donors you don't know very well, donors that you think you can upgrade. So this is a process. I mentioned this is a letter, then it's a call, then it's an email. Easily take you 7 to 10 tries. You're not giving up. You're in it to win it. You've got a big mission, and this doesn't get accomplished by giving up. Most sales occur after I think it's like 6th or 7th interaction. Most people give up after the 2nd. You're not one of those people. This is too important. Again, a lot of these elements, sample letters, non-responder letters, survey. If you are interested in getting some more training on how to do all that, this is something that we do in the League of Extraordinary Fundraisers. And I've got one person on this call who's a part of it. And then a final note, I'm going to be talking about these surveys in our workshop that I'm doing later this month. Surveys are an incredible tool to use to prioritize and build a major gift portfolio. And I'm spending a whole 90 minutes talking about surveys in the workshop this month because there's a lot of things that you can do right and a lot of things you can do wrong to tank a survey. So I just put this link into the chat. I'm going to give you a couple of tips to get your foot in the door, and then I'm going to be answering your questions. So far, we've got 3. If you've got questions, yay, Colleen's here too. If you've got questions, pop them into the Q&A. So here's some tips to get your foot in the door. I love video email. If you want to send me a personal message, I will send you a link to BombBomb video email where you can get a free account. Obviously, you already know I love email. And I really love video email. I'm actually about to record some video emails this afternoon, but I'm gonna clean this chalkboard. Last day of 10th grade. Guess who wouldn't post her photo with this? My twin teenagers who are 16. They were like, oh, I'm not posing for a photo with that, mom. Anyway, BombBomb video I use, I really love it. You're probably not able to copy this word for word here, but I will email you this link if you shoot me an email. It's fantastic. Remember and never forget that when it comes to cultivating donors, if they never go to your event, if they never go to your cultivation event, they never go to your open house, that's okay. That is fine with me. You invited them, and the invitation is the cultivation. Even if they don't go, you invited them. And just by inviting them, you have made them feel appreciated, valued, welcome, and loved by your organization. So if they don't come, don't sweat it. It's actually kind of beautiful they don't come, because then you get the chance to describe the event that they missed in the most, glowing, bronzy, spectacular, all the magical things that happen. You get to describe it because they weren't there. So you get to really cast it in this phenomenal light as a great storyteller. These are some sample touches, and I just popped in. You can send me an email, Brindy, because I don't know that I will get a copy of the chat. So send me an email and I will send you the link to get the BombBomb free account. Send it to me, my friend. So some sample touches. I also put this in here into the chat. This is a donor love. It's got lots of really great ideas. We're about to open this up to Q&A. So if you have a question, pop it into the Q&A. This has 23 different ideas to shower your donors with love. Thank you, Kathy. Another idea. I'm just going to give you 2 more ideas. A thought circle and donor cultivation events, and then we're opening it up for Q&A. What a thought circle is inviting your donors or major gift donors or major gift prospects, not your annual fund, okay, but like people you've identified for that portfolio. It's an intimate group in a controlled social setting, meaning it's not at a restaurant, okay? It's coffee and donuts, or coffee and crumpets, or tea and crumpets, or wine and cheese, or something like that, milk and cookies. But it's an intimate group in a controlled setting. Maybe you invite 30 people, maybe 15 show up. You've got some kind of a snack or coffee or cocktails. You're going to read 5 questions and you're going to take notes. You're going to let them know, hey, we're having a donor thought circle. We'd love to hear your thoughts. We'd love to hear your ideas. We're going to have a couple of staff members present, or we're going to have a staff member and board member present. We're going to jot down some notes on how we can better serve you. Some people will be dominators. Some people who are going to share a lot of opinions, share a lot of ideas. Let them go last. If you know that that's their personality, let them go last so that everyone can be heard. And if someone doesn't want to share, they do not have to. Passing is always allowed. So these are the questions. What connected you to us? What made you decide to become a donor? How can we encourage others to give to us? How can we make you feel more special and appreciated? And what things would make people feel more special and appreciated? Now, these are donor thought circles, a great thing to do with new donors that you don't know well. or major gift donors that you don't really know very well that you'd really like to get to know better. And the difference between 4 and 5 is 4 is asking, how can we make you feel more special? And 5 is asking what things would make people feel more special. So you're probably going, sounds like the same question to me, Rachel. It's not. It's not the same question. Not everyone will answer 4 honestly. If they don't answer 4 honestly, they'll answer 5 honestly. They'll answer 5 as they would be answering it for themselves. So that is why that's similar. Donor cultivation events are also a fantastic opportunity to cultivate donors and prospects and upgrade them into major gifts. 67% of respondents attending a donor cultivation event credit it as the reason why they made their gift. It needs to be something fun. It needs to be something people want to do. This was an example from Girl Start, an organization that I started, and it's flying drones with Girl Start. Who doesn't want to leave work in the middle of the day with all your work friends and go fly drones? Sounds like fun to me. Great opportunity to deepen relationships, to build major gift pipeline, and to upgrade major gift donors. You can have a testimonial from someone that you've served, how much they've helped you. You're very welcome, Heidi. If you enjoyed today, I hope that I will see you in League of Extraordinary Fundraisers. We're going to be tackling donor surveys, which is a very lucrative opportunity for you to deepen your relationships with your donors. I'm going to answer your gorgeous questions right now, and I've got a few in the chat. Heidi asked a good one. How much time should be set aside for a major donor visit meeting? I would say an hour. I would not do longer than an hour, and it can certainly be shorter than an hour. The ask doesn't really take that long. It just kind of depends on the getting to know you part. If you don't know someone very well, it's more likely to take an hour. Maybe you're going to give them a tour, and that's going to take 15 minutes. I would say somewhere between 30 minutes for a donor that you know well to do a solicitation to an hour, especially if it includes a tour from a donor that you don't know very well. Jean asked about the tiers. So I showed earlier, and feel free if you've got a question you want to ask. I showed like A, B, and C. So if you think about the top of a pyramid, and this is something that I teach in the League of Extraordinary Fundraisers, but if you think about the top of a pyramid, my fundraising friends, and I'll put that link again in the chat, and you think like, we have this like, major gifts, mid-level gifts, annual gifts. A donors are your top tier. B is your second tier. C is the last tier. C donors, and this answer is for Jean. Your C donors are people you are trying to determine, should they be in my portfolio? Will they respond to more cultivation and stewardship? These are people you're sending that letter to. B donors, you're trying to upgrade. Your A-level donors. A-level donors, you're stewarding them and like continuing to solicit them and stewarding them. So your A donors are like your lead capital campaign donors. You can think of, I hope that's helpful too. It really depends on the number of donors you have and how you define a major gift. But that's a rough idea. Brindy asked, and feel free to ask questions. We still have 10 whole minutes. Brindy asked, do you make an offer for donations at, I'm sorry, I think she meant to say ask. Brindy asked, do you make an offer, which I think she means to say ask, for donations at the donor? This seems risky to me. No, it's not risky. You want to get to know the donor. You want to find out what's important to them. If anyone wants to give, you need to give them an opportunity to give. This is where fundraising is part art and part science. And your goal in that visit is to get to know them well. And if you get to know them and you find out they are really, really passionate about, encouraging, let's just say like outdoor education for kids, and you're a Boys and Girls Club, and you're running a whole new, you're raising money to launch a new outdoor outdoor education weekend program for kids, you'd be crazy to not ask them to make a gift for that. So your goal in visiting a donor is to tell them how much their gifts are making a difference, find out more about their interests, and you're trying to strategize, how can I map their interest to our needs, and how can they be the savior that can make all of these great things happen. So I never encourage anyone to have hard and fast rules like, oh, we're never going to ask on the first visit. Someone might be really interested in giving on the first visit, and they might want to. Why would you rob them of that opportunity? There are not a ton of hard and fast rules in fundraising. Your goal, as I laid out in the very beginning, to get the largest gift possible from the donor in the shortest time possible to the greatest joy of the donor. Don't ever put your own preferences or your own what's the word for it, biases on a donor. They're not you, they're a totally different person. The only hard and fast rules of it's always the donor is the hero, not the organization. The donor is the hero. And the appeal and the annual report and the donor newsletter need to be about all the great things the donor did, not all the great things the organization did. The more you make the donor feel like a self-actualized, successful, impactful, kind, compassionate human being for making a difference in the world, the better they are going to feel about themselves, and the more they're going to give to you. And hey, we're here to make people feel good, right? The whole thing is about feeling good. So Jean asked, I joined my organization last year. Prior to joining, there was no development staff person, but they did a few things with major donors, a feasibility on a capital campaign, which is not going forward, and interviews for a strategic plan. I can't decide if we should do the typically pre-planning, like your pre-call letter, etc., before making an ask, or just set up meetings to ask, since we essentially already know all about them and what they like about us. I worry that we have spent a bunch of time already that wasn't for them. Okay, if you already know what they care about, you're telling me here, you essentially already know all about them and what they like about you. If you already know that, you should be well primed to ask those donors to give based on you knowing all about them. You know all about them. If you know all about me, you know what I'm passionate about, and you can craft a solicitation. So I think you're good there. Any other questions, fundraising friends? You stuck it out to the end. I don't know how many of you were in this all day. I hope that Jenna had some bathroom breaks, because that's a long day. I'm grateful to all of you for being here, for listening to me, and all of the speakers that you had today. You can learn more about me on my website. If you enjoyed this and you want a little more training from me, I hope you'll think about joining the League of Extraordinary Fundraisers. And I'm still here if you've got a question, so don't be shy about popping it in.
Yes. Wow, Rachel, this has been another fantastic webinar, right? Give it up for Rachel in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah, I did take a break. I'm
glad.
Oh, yeah, thanks for looking out for me. I will. Yeah, I'm curious. Maybe I should pull a Rachel. Type me if you've been here since the first webinar.
Oh yeah, do it.
Who's here since the beginning?
Yay, Jean,
Yes, hello.
John, Kelly,
Oh, we
Mary.
have lots of folks. Wow.
Man.
Way to stay with us. Thank you so much, our dedicated fundraising friends. I'm going to start using these lines.
I hope you guys had some good snacks. Okay, I got one question. I got a couple more questions here. Type in, if you've been here since all day, type in what your favorite snacks were that you were eating during the all day party here. So Chaya asked, can you tell me about LinkedIn? I mean, LinkedIn is a great place for you to find out what donors or prospect are connected with other prospects and find out more about them. And then she said, what is the main focus? I think that that your question may be targeted. My session was about major gift fundraising, not about LinkedIn. You may be confusing me with someone else who does sessions on LinkedIn. You can definitely, ooh, Greek yogurt with shaved almonds. Digging that, Sue. Man, yum, yum. Susan asked, we have diverse services and have trouble branding and promoting in 60 seconds. Do we work on this first or use this diversity to your benefit? Susan, if you are confusing your donors and they don't know what it is you do, then it's not a benefit to you. So I would say in your fundraising appeals, you need to focus on one service that you're doing, have each campaign be about one service that you're doing. If you have trouble communicating what you do in 60 seconds, here's the thing. When it comes to major gift fundraising, which is what we're talking about today, when it comes to major gift fundraising, it is about how the donor wants to make the world a better place. It's about, let's pretend like Jenna's our major donor. It's about what is Jenna passionate about? What does she care about? And it's up to you to translate what you are doing into what Jenna cares about. It's up to you to find out what she cares about and package what you're doing as a way for her to fulfill her philanthropic aspirations. Okay. So that's the whole goal of it, Susan. It's not about you and it's not about your branding. It is about major gift fundraising is about understanding what your donors care about and how they want to make the world a better place and bring them opportunities to do that. Angela asked you, most major gift fundraisers do their own research to qualify donors to the organization in addition to managing a portfolio of 150. Many major gift fundraisers use services to research and qualify, research major gift donors. I have a client who uses iWave to do wealth screening on their file. So there are a lot of services out there that will do wealth screening on your file. But what I talked about qualifying a donor is, it's not about me finding out how much Jenna makes in a year or what her home value is or what is her giving history. It's about finding out what is qualifying a donor as in major gift fundraising is understanding how much do I fit in with Jenna's passions to make the world a better place? And how can I show her that I am the best vehicle for her to do that with her philanthropy? That is what major gift fundraising is all about. But yes, there are lots of vendors out there who you can use for wealth screening. But you're kind of what I talked about was like, it's kind of like interest screening, right? And surveys are a huge part of doing that. Anyone who responds to your survey is raising their hand. That I'm putting that link in there one more time because we're covering surveys this month. Anyone who raises their hand in response to a survey is saying, I'm open to having a deeper relationship with you. So that's why it's great for developing a major gift portfolio. And we have 1 minute to go, so I'm going to turn it back over to Jenna. Thank you, everybody, for coming today.
Oh, yeah, this has been fantastic and made even more fantastic by everybody who's attended and participating in the discussion. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I heard some similar things about, different tools to use and strategies like the wealth screening, for example. Excuse my phone. But yeah, it also like a lot of differences, between the speakers. So I'm glad that, everybody's going to have the slides so you can go through, read each one, do your analysis and your own research and whatever applies to your organization. I'm going to put in the award-winning appeals with Rachel, since, yeah, you have to see it. And then I'm also going to resubmit, where am I? The other webinars that we have coming up again. And if you want a demo on CauseVox, please feel free to reach out. I will put the demo link because once you have all these amazing donors, you do need a place for them to process a donation. So if you don't have one of those, you might want to check it out. Yeah, that live critique webinar I think is going to be really fun. It says maximize your donations page throwdown in live critique. you're going to be able to chat in your donation form URL, and I'm just going to give it a live critique that day, what works, what doesn't work, and how you can make an improvement there. Subscribe to the blog, just like, subscribing to Rachel's. If you want more free resources from CauseVox, you can subscribe to CauseVox. And besides that, please, if you have any additional questions, feel free to reach out to us at CauseVox. We'd be happy to get you up and running for your digital fundraising. And yeah, we're just 401. It looks like we have appreciations in the Q&A. Thank you, Sue and Chaya. And thank you again so much to Rachel Muir for your expertise on major gifts and making it fun and easy. All right. I guess that's
Have a great day.
Have a great rest of your day, everyone. Bye.